Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, 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 everyone. I desperately need thumbs up in the SandBox right now to make sure everything's working because my YouTube has been a little wonky. I don't have any problems with it for the entire day, but I think as soon as I try hooking it up to my OBS, suddenly it's a problem. It's a problem. So please give me lots of thumbs up to make sure that you are hearing and seeing everything okay, because I'm getting really paranoid and my computer is breathing really heavy and stuff. So far in the SandBox, we have the true Democratic North, the real John Lytham, Hermeteorologist 56 Nick Rich, Xbox. Welcome, everyone. 56 Nick Rich saying, my only question for you guys would be if you had a chance to attend any No King Tyrants rallies. I did not have a chance to do that. Nope. And for those sorts of things, I'd have to travel to Toronto to really get into the big ones, which is just not doable right now. Yeah. I feel ya, the true Democratic North. I don't have enough money to donate. Sorry. You don't have to say sorry to me if that's who you're saying sorry to. No, I get it. I get it. Money is really tight for a lot of people. Yeah, I've been hit up with a couple really big bills lately, so what I could really use is a boost to my channel. Because I don't like having to just hope I get random strangers to donate me money every now and then. Aw, thank you, 56 Nick Rich, for the $2 super chat. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Print screen. Okay, and then I snatch it from here. I'm trying something new. It's a cheat. A very obvious cheat. Because I don't have access to StreamYards. So let's see. Let's see if this works. There we go. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It takes a lot of work to do that. Yeah, what I could really use is like a big ass boost to my channel, because I don't like having to just ask random people for, you know, donations and stuff of that sort, because when it comes, that never solves the underlying issue. Whereas if I was just making enough money, I'd be able to handle these expenses by myself. Because yeah, my car, over $1,000 in repairs needed, and I need my car because we do not live in accessible cities here. Without my car, it would isolate me drastically and also prevent me from doing some of my other jobs that I have. So that sucks. There's enough room on my credit card, but I hate putting things on my credit card like this. I'm in more debt now than I have been since like college. Because I live in a deficit. And so I'm just kind of hoping that my channel picks up. I don't need much. I don't need much for my channel to pick up. True Democratic North saying the rise of intolerance scares me. Yeah, we'll be getting into some of that. Well, 56 Nick Rich, if you have George Soros's number, please pass it along. I would not be shy about asking. And I was hoping my Charlie Kirk video would do a lot better than it did and boost my numbers. Fingers crossed, you know, for a algorithm miracle for my 5-year anniversary, which would be November 1st. If it's some, you know, algorithm miracle happened and my channel got boosted at over 10,000, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. The Wild West saying my local transit is going on strike starting Monday and I don't have a car. Yeah. It's like I also need a new laptop, and Frodo's going back to the vet in a couple weeks because that thing on the side of his neck is back. And it's very disconcerting. But yeah, that is what it is. But yeah, the thing that could help me the most is just a boost to my YouTube channel so that, you know, I'm making enough from this channel that I don't have to rely on just individuals, because I know a lot of the people who watch this channel are in very similar situations to me. And it is, I don't want anyone, no one, to send me money if you need it in any way whatsoever. Do not buy anything like off my wish list, my book, nothing. If you need the money, you make sure that you are looked after. I do not want it from anyone who cannot afford it, and you never have to explain it to me because I get it. I really get it. It's only if you have everything you need to get by and then you have a few extra dollars. But I don't want anyone putting themselves out just to send me a few dollars. Because, again, in the end, that doesn't solve my problem. It just delays it. What I need is like a more regular income, and then I'd just be able to take care of it myself. Because yeah, it's stressing. It's very stressing. And if you haven't had a chance to check out my Charlie Kirk video, I posted it last Tuesday on the National Day of Remembrance for him, because sure, that was a thing. And I think it's a banger. I think it's a real banger. I did have some fun making it with the jokes in it and stuff. I think it's very well put together. I made some new graphics for it and everything. I just wish it would pick up some momentum. So, something that would cost people nothing is to try to get some of the bigger channels to boost that video, to encourage them to promote it somehow. I'm trying on my end, but if more people do it, then that's just all the more the merrier. And then maybe they'll be like, huh, maybe we should boost this video because it rocks. Hello, hermeteorologist. Did I say hi to you yet? Yeah. Oh yeah, and there's some weird things going on with my YouTube and stuff right now, so if I disconnect, I will try to reconnect. 56 Nick Rich, I was on a live stream last month, and the host said that the more interaction that chat generates is a set time frame. The algorithm brings in more eyeballs. No proof, just opinion, really. No, absolutely. More engagement, and engagement means people in the sandbox chatting away. That does help boost things in the algorithm because it lets YouTube know that there's something worth engaging with. Good or bad, who knows, but there's something worth engaging with. And so then it's more likely to boost the channel in the algorithm. So just keep it coming. Keep it coming. Oh no, the True Democratic North saying I was a victim of fraud this month. It's not funny. I would never think it would be funny. Yeah, I've been ripped off. It is a horrible feeling, a violation, a betrayal, especially when it's money you don't have. Like, of course you don't have that money just to go to somebody The Wild West, my profits won't even let me get a COVID vaccine anymore. LOL, I'm complaining a lot today. No worry, no way. Oh, hello, So Life. This is why I'm always second guessing how strict I should be with bans and timeouts. Again, it's as long as they're being cordial, like no slurs, no personal attacks and stuff like that. If they're just being disagreeing, that's fine. Yeah, that's really it. But there is a lot for me to cover today because I missed 2 weeks worth of news. Like there's last week, but then there was the previous week because my last news live stream wasn't really about news because I was kind of burnt out about the Charlie Kirk video and getting that already and out. So I didn't really cover any news, but there was news from that previous week that I wanted to cover. And so oddly enough, even though I have 2 weeks worth of news, it's an average size for my docket. Yeah, it's not twice as long. It's about average because, well, I was chopping out a lot of things. And also, partly, I think, because I was so focused on the Charlie Kirk video, I wasn't on Twitter as much. And so there's probably a lot I missed that I would have wanted to cover because that's where I get a lot of my stories from, as I'm sure you can all know by now when you see the bazillion Twitter links that I have in this, as per normal for my live streams. But since I was away from Twitter so long, I think that kind of narrowed down the stories I would be covering. Because I was just so focused on getting the Charlie Kirk video done. And now that that's done, I've just started another artwork. It's of somebody's doggy, super cute picture. That will help me relax and unwind. And then once that's done, back to the grind of the TYT video. I wish I could have it done by the 1st, but I know that's not a chance. Not a chance of it getting done that early. Because even once the script is done, just reviewing the script, then shooting it, because unlike with the Charlie Kirk video, I'm not going to be doing it all in one sitting because that was just too much. And it's in 2 parts, so I'll at least be able to separate that, but each part I'll probably split into a couple shoots. So yeah, it's still a ways from being done, and I still haven't even started the script for part 2 because there's things rambling around in my brain on how to rearrange things and whatnot, but it will get done. It will get done. And hopefully that will be a nice little boost to my channel. Who knows? Who knows? I was seriously hoping that the Charlie Kirk video would do some numbers. Let's see. 56 Nick Ridge, never had a shitter account. The best stuff is covered in other platforms, stolen perhaps, but CE Levy. Yeah, well, again, to me, Twitter, as horrible as it has become, and I will admit it has become a far worse place than it used to be, it's still where the politicians go. It's still where a lot of the major news networks are. I still have a lot of reliable sources on there that link me up to other stories and whatnot. And so, you know, that's because I try not to just cover random tweets. I try to cover, you know, politicians, reporters, people that I know are like legit sources. Also, there's going to be lots of clips from the No Kings rally. And you don't really get that same sort of compilation that you can put together on here as you would on YouTube. So it's still the best avenue for me right now. And if that changes, then I'll change. Simple as that. 56 Nick Ridge, it is old news. I posted the video last Tuesday because that was supposed to be the Charlie Kirk National Day of Remembrance. Yeah, that was an actual thing. It was an actual thing. And I was hoping that because I posted it on that day, and I rushed to get it done by that day, that it would be good. But uh, hello, Rich P. Yeah, YouTube has been doing some very weird updates lately, like just how it presents videos and stuff too. It's been weird. So, yeah. So who knows what they're doing? It's just, it bugs me as somebody who relies on YouTube for this, that when they start changing things, I get no say in it. You know, I have to. That's the thing about people saying, "Oh, well, you'd signed the terms and agreement type thing," but it's like I have no choice. I have no choice but to deal with whatever updates they do. I can't just keep things the status quo on my channel. I can't, format my channel the way that I want. It's something as simple as making sure that it's on live chat as soon as people come in, which is a reminder to switch to live chat, the types of handles that people can use and whatnot. Um, Unfortunately, I don't get those options because I'm not as advanced as some people who can do like dual streams on dual platforms and have more say in how it looks and presents. But, maybe someday. Uh, Oh, okay. Well, why don't we get into the news? Because there's a lot to cover. Again, it's not necessarily more than what I normally cover, but I normally cover a lot, so it still holds true when I say that. uh, so Life YouTube now uses AI, and every single upload it creates a slight uncanny appearance, which will normalize it eventually. Ugh. Oh, hello, Pixel Snob. Yeah, I don't want YouTube manipulating my videos at all. At all. But I get no say. I get no say. Anyway, why don't we get into the news? Once I take a drink. So this goes back to October 8th, which seems like ancient history, because the way the news cycles these go, it kind of is. We're all aging really fast. Because, yeah, in any given week, the amount of news that I'm even missing putting on here is just astronomical. Like, we need 1,000 channels like mine, all covering different things in order to actually get all of the news. Hello, my left eye. Welcome to the SandBox. We got some pawn jumpers in here. I was watching their stream earlier, and then my YouTube acted up, and I was no longer watching the stream because it just quit. So some weird things is, if I go to Google and try to use my YouTube, it works fine. But I'm using Firefox for reasons of a certain feature that Google Chrome no longer allows. And if I go to a video that's already I had open in Firefox, it seems to be working fine. When I try to open up just the main screen of YouTube, it does not work. And it kicked me out of the live stream I was watching of my left eye. And it's super annoying because I have a couple of things that are on YouTube, so hopefully it works, or I might have to switch over to Google for them in order for them to show up properly. Super annoying. Super annoying. But I checked my phone. YouTube was working fine on my phone. It's working fine on Google Chrome. It's just Firefox suddenly. And I think it might have something to do with while I'm streaming, because that's right when I was setting up my live stream. It decided to, I did try a new tab several times, so life. I closed down other tabs. I did all the stuff. I did all the stuff. But yeah, welcome over, pond jumpers. Everyone go check out my left eye from across the pond. Oh, okay. So we were just about to get into what I was about to cover because I tend to ramble for the first 20 to 40 minutes of my live streams. Uh, um, yes. So this is from October 8th because, like I said, I missed the previous week of news, and I still want to make sure I covered it because my God, Mark Carney is such a disappointment, to put it mildly. That phrase that I came up with because his slogan through the election of his election was elbows up. And it's like, yep, now available in Canada. Knee pads for elbows. Because that is where he's spending most of his time, is on his elbows licking Donald Trump's boot. It's very embarrassing. But the liberals here are just as bad as um, the the Hillary Clinton fans. Did they have a nickname? I think there was also Kamala Harris fans that had a nickname. Um, People that are just, I guess, Chuck Schumer fans, if that's even a thing, would be like the way that these liberals just try to justify and spin everything into this positive without looking at it objectively. Because if you just took a moment to look at it objectively, it don't look good. It does not look good. Not in the least. All the things that Mark Carney promised and all he's delivering is a conservative platform. It's really, oh. Hello, JK. Hello, Big V Vicar. Um, Hopefully I'm not missing people in the sandbox. But yeah, so there we go. So this is from Mark Carney. Congratulations to President Trump for his essential leadership. And thank you to Qatar, Egypt, Turkey? Do you still pronounce it Turkey? For the tireless work to support the negotiations. I am relieved that the hostages will soon be reunited with their families after years of intense suffering. Peace finally feels attainable. Yeah, I'm doing the weird eyeball thing because there is no peace. Canada calls on all parties to swiftly implement all agreed terms and to work towards a just and lasting peace. And tell your buddies over in Israel then. Tell them to stop what they're doing, because there was never a ceasefire. They've continued, maybe not as much as what they were doing, but they are doing. And I'm just glad that, even as right-wing as Twitter has become, if you just go down and start looking at the replies, a lot of people aren't buying it anymore. Well, Yi Jing is a doctor here in Canada. He's been on one of the flotillas, really great, just saying you're a war criminal. Yves Angler, who is hopefully going to make it official that he's going to be an NDP candidate soon for the leadership. So then that part of the issue around him can go away. Say, release all 10,000 Palestinian hostages and then chuck Holocaust Carney into jail. Somebody else, not a single word about the suffering of the Palestinians. Your entire concern is for 20 Israeli soldiers. This is actually weird and creepy and pretty seriously fucked up. Corrupt Ontario, you greasy little bootlicking fuck. Yeah, so they seem to be seeing Mark for what he is, because all this concerned over 20 hostages, and sure, I'm glad they're back. I don't believe in taking hostages. I believe what Hamas did on October 7th was war crimes and should have never happened. But there's a matter of scale going on, and the disproportionate concern that Mark Carney has for the 20 hostages versus the tens of thousands of hostages that Israel has had over, the past several decades. Children never charged, growing up behind bars, being tortured, and a lot of those bodies got released, and I've read some of the descriptions about the conditions of these bodies, and it is horrific. absolutely horrific. The conditions of some of the survivors who were released, absolutely horrific. And the fact that there's still thousands more being kept as hostages by Israel is so disturbing, because, you know, there was the flotilla that happened with Greta Thunberg, and the treatment that her and the rest of the flotilla people received at the hands of Israel. And that's to people who are well known, people where the IDF knows they're going to go back and report it to the public what happened. And they still beat them, tortured them, denied them care. And that's to people they knew they were going to let go just after a couple days. The amount of depravity, like, just, it is beyond comprehension. Like, any sane person, I don't think we can imagine what's happening to the Palestinians that are locked away right now. And I'm actually quite surprised that they would just release the bodies, because that has a lot of evidence of what happened. Like, I'm surprised that they didn't just, you know, burn the bodies or something. They're keeping the evidence because they know there's not going to be a consequence. They're keeping the evidence of their crimes. Because what is anyone going to do? It is very disturbing. And now Netanyahu is saying, well, Gaza's violating the ceasefire because they're not returning all the bodies, but that's because they're buried under rubble, and heavy equipment needed to retrieve them is not allowed. It's one of those, it's a no-win situation, and the killings have continued. The infringements into the West Bank have escalated. It's horrific. Any way you look at it, it's horrific. And here's Mark Carney's statement. The release of the hostages under the ceasefire agreement. Yeah, there was a ceasefire agreement. No actions on the side of Israel. They're still doing it. They're still doing it. So Mark Carney says the release of the hostages is a moment of profound relief. After over 2 years of suffering, today families are finally reunited. Again, absolutely zero concern for the Palestinians that have been behind bars for years, even decades. What about them being reunited with their families? Wouldn't that be profound relief to see all of them released? At a bare minimum, how about all the ones who have never been charged? At a bare minimum. Like, they all should be released, because any charges, I would imagine, are pretty phony. But come on. So for the Jewish people, this is a moment that holds two truths at once: a grief for what cannot be restored, and a fragile light of what might still be repaired. I did not actually read this fully first, because what's this about? Wouldn't you just say the people of Israel? Because again, there's that conflation between making all of Israel Jewish and all Jewish people Israel, and connecting the two so profoundly that if you attack Israel, the state, it means that you're attacking Jewish people. But how about just, you know, for the people of Israel, this is a moment that holds two truths at once. Hamas's attack wasn't against Jewish people per se, it was against the state of Israel. That is the ones that are suppressing them. They're their occupiers. It was an attack against Israel. And of course, our Foreign Affairs Minister, Anita Anand, also got into it. Please see my statement on the release of hostages. Again, I didn't actually read this ahead of time. My thoughts are with the families of Israeli hostages today. See, that's better. Mentioning that they're Israeli hostages as opposed to just labeling them as Jewish. After more than 2 years, they are being reunited with their families. I'm also thinking of those who were murdered, including Canadian citizens. May their memory be a blessing. Who murdered them? Yes, Hamas did murder some of them. Absolutely. And that's deplorable. Also, a lot of them died because of Israeli attacks, the IDF attacks. the bombings. They rescued a couple hostages but killed many more in the process and slaughtered hundreds of Palestinians. How about, telling Israel, you murdered some of your own there. That was bad. The return of the hostages is part of the first phase of a peace agreement developed by the United States, Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, and we are grateful for their hard work to reach this point. Canada will continue to encourage all parties to take the necessary steps towards a lasting peace as outlined in the U.S. plan. Hamas must never play a role in the future governance of Gaza. It must lay down its arms immediately. How about we don't tell another state how they should run? Israel must continue to withdraw its troops to behind the agreed-upon lines. Yeah, they should. In Gaza and in the West Bank, maybe. Yeah, that'd be good. Maybe call them out for not doing that. Canada will continue to support the delivery of humanitarian aid at scale in Gaza, working with international partners since blah, 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 blah. Oh, and of course bragging about how much money we've spent for the development and humanitarian aid for Palestine. Yep. Bragging about the money we spent, but also how about the money we made by selling weapons to Israel? Kind of balances out in the end. Because David Dole also brings attention to the fact that, there are hostages being held by Israel for years. 41% of Palestinian child detainees have no charges. 360 Palestinian children are detained in Israel prisons as of June 30th, the latest data available from the Israel Prison Service. So this is coming from Israel itself, which is the highest number since early 2016. 147 children, or 41% of the total, are held in administrative detention without charge or trial, which is both the highest number and the highest proportion on record since Defense for Children International Palestine began monitoring these numbers in 2008. The IPS, which typically releases detainees' data on quarterly basis, was more than 2 months late in releasing the data from the second quarter of 2025. Every month since October 2023, Israeli forces have rapidly expanded their use of administrative detention to target Palestinian children, says Aid Abu, I'm not sure how to say that, Accountability Program Director at DCIP. These children are languishing in overcrowded Israeli prisons, fed rotten food, and beaten on a daily basis by Israeli guards, all while they are completely isolated from the outside world, including from their families and lawyers. They must all be released immediately. And there's just horrible stories coming out from the survivors of the treatments and conditions. Somebody was blinded. Another man was reunited with his family after believing for years that they had been slaughtered because they kept on telling him that his family has been slaughtered and that there was no one left. Like, it's just, again, for any rational person with compassion, it is beyond our comprehension what's happening to them. So Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East were just saying, we are deeply concerned that Mark Carney says he has been in dialogue with Tony Blair and Jared Kushner to coordinate Canada's support for Trump's plan, given their leadership over the proposal that would install a foreign technocratic government over Gaza, because of course Canada is going to participate in that. Tony Blair is set to become the effective governor of Gaza alongside Trump as leader of so-called Board of Peace. Because Trump, yeah, he should definitely be on anything called a Board of Peace. By collaborating with Blair and Kushner, Canada risks being complicit in the imposition of a colonial solution on the people of Gaza, fundamentally violating the right to self-determination. Instead of aligning with war criminals who seek to prolong domination of Palestinians, Canada should be voice for freeing Palestinians from colonial rule. And I found this article. It's titled differently, but it is the same article because this one is through Yahoo News saying CBC, but this is the same article through CBC, but it's just titled differently. Carney calls for swift action after Israel Hamas reach initial agreement on U.S. peace plan. And so we can skip down. So relieved that the hostages, if implemented, would be two sides closer to the previous effort. Coordinating with Blair and Kushner. Carney said earlier Wednesday that he's recently been in touch with two key players in Trump's peace plan. Speaking virtually to a crowd gathered for Eurasia Group 2025 Summit on Canada and U.S. relations, Carney said he had spoken to both former British Prime Minister Tony Blair and Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, about the plan in the last 48 hours. We, Canada, are working closely with the Gulf powers, the Arab powers in the region, complementary to the United States in terms of the president's 20-point peace plan, Carney said. Carney never misses an opportunity to just slather praise all over Donald Trump. Like he's just messy slathering it all over him. I've been in contact personally with Jared Kushner and Tony Blair to coordinate our support as the peace plan moves forward. Yeah, what peace? What peace? There's been no peace. So Gaza authorities say more than 67,000 people have been killed since Israel began its military response to an attack by Palestinian migrant group 2 years ago. And we know that, realistically speaking, there's another digit on that number. So there is, at least when it comes to the topic overall, so there's, as far as I'm concerned, there's no real good news out of what's coming from Gaza and what's happening to the Palestinians and what's happening to the people in the West Bank. American journalists are being targeted, and the American embassy has been like, yep, you're on your own, we can't help you. All of that. But when it comes to pond jumpers, there's a sliver of good news. Breaking, the government lost their appeal and failed to stop the legal challenge of the Palestine Action Ban. And this is from Huda Amori. That means judicial review will go ahead on November 25th, 27th. Not only that, but we won 2 more grounds to argue the illegality of the ban. Huge victory. And just some people congratulating, but a little bit more from Defend Our Juries. Breaking, major win. The Court of Appeal handed down a ruling today on the government's appeal, which is seeking to block the legal challenge to the ban on Palestine action. Because any person that is capable of any sort of critical thinking knows that the prescription against Palestine action is just a clampdown on free speech. Because to label them as terrorist organization aligned with ISIS is just absurd. Absolutely absurd. To be arresting hundreds and hundreds of peaceful protesters because of holding up a sign saying, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action, it's absurd. The Home Office's appeal was refused, and the judicial review will go ahead with 2 extra grounds. So what is the appeal about? So these words here say what's on the image here. Huda Amori, co-founder of Palestine Action, had proven the need for judicial review over the prescribing of Palestine action initially on 2 legal grounds. The judicial review is scheduled for late November, but the Home Office attempted to derail the legal process by appealing against the High Court decision to allow the review. They lost majorly. Not only did the Home Office lose the appeal today, but Huda's team also launched a cross appeal and won. The cross appeal was to call for more grounds to argue that the ban is unlawful in November's judicial review. 2 additional grounds have been granted, further strengthening Huda's chances of overturning the ban and at huge embarrassment to the UK government. Note the cross appeal wouldn't have happened had they not tried to block the judicial review. I believe that we will win, is what Huda says. You certainly won today, a major way. Anyone looking to join Lift the Ban actions in November as we take the campaign across the UK leading up to the judicial review, information is here, and I should probably put that into the SandBox for people. Eventually. My internet is acting up. There we go. Now, I will toss this into the SandBox. Hopefully everything is still working fine. Like I said, I'm slightly paranoid. My internet has been acting up. So let's start closing some of these tabs, because we're getting into a newer subject right after this. And it's just more of how Mark Carney is absolutely, completely an embarrassment to this country. Let's see. Okay. So let's go to the SandBox, see what people are saying. Oh, I just caught my left eye, UK. It is absurd. They will have hair day in court. I think their day in court. Yeah. Everyone go check out my left eye on YouTube. Okay, let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Okay, read those, read those. And again, welcome Pond Jumpers. I was talking earlier that my 5-year anniversary of my YouTube channel is coming up, and I would really love if people could just help give it a boost. It's been kind of stagnant lately, and my dream would be to actually go on a channel that's larger than mine. That has not happened yet. All the collaborations I've done going on to other people's programs have been channels smaller than mine. A couple of bigger channels have come onto mine. Like I've had Sam Cedar on my channel. I've had Mike Figurator from the Humanist Report, Lance from the Serfs. They've all been on my channel. But I have yet to be on a channel that's bigger than mine. So who's going to pop that cherry? JK saying, are Carney and Starmer brothers? Well, I'm saying Carney is the better looking identical twin brother of Starmer. That's how I describe them. True democratic North, late stage capitalism was never meant to be sunshine and rainbows. Yeah. Let's see. Arnon and Gray? Aaron and Gray. No Kings was absolutely amazing, and I will be touching on that in just a little bit. First, we're going to go over how Mark Carney embarrassed us even more, and then we'll be getting into the No Kings stuff. And I have like a cat hair stuck to my mascara right now, and it's bugging the hell out of me. Hello, Paige. So like my dyslexia today. I have dyslexia every day. Yori Gibson saying, welcome to the SandBox. Saying I saw Brave Buzan. She was having a cup of tea and watching children playing and laughing. Such a brilliant truth teller. Yes, very few people being able to report from Gaza as Israel took the initiative to target them. Let's see. What people are saying. Just more stuff about the idea of Kushner and Blair and Carney and all of them talking about like, hey, we're gonna take over Gaza now. Yes, Soul Life. Like in the video does help boost. And I was watching your channel, My Left Eye, before my YouTube acted up and just kicked me out. And it's still acting up. So if for some reason my YouTube goes down and you're no longer seeing me talking, just hold on for a few minutes as I try to reconnect. And if it takes too long and it totally shuts it down, then look for a new link because I want to get through all my dockets. Yuri Gibson saying Google have been effing with everyone's live streaming since the Samad flotilla. Oh, I got a kitty cat over there. Okay. Make a noise, make a noise. Okay. So, if you thought Mark Carney was already embarrassing, wow. Again, this is from the week that I would have missed if I decided not to go back, but this was just so utterly embarrassing for this country. I'm like, no, I have to cover it. I have to show everyone who Mark Carney is, because the amount of liberals looking at this like, Mark Carney, he's so great, blew my fucking mind. Absolutely blew my mind. So let's get to it, shall we? So Mark Carney went and talked to Cheeto-in-Chief, Donald Trump, because let's just say there are issues happening between the two countries right now with tariffs and stuff like that. And Mark Carney has consistently bent the knee. And bent the knee, and bent the knee, and bent the knee. He has been capitulating and making concessions like crazy. And what do we have to show for it on our end? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's been no bilateral here. It's always been Mark Carney capitulates, concedes, and Donald Trump does dick all. And hasn't changed any of his policies towards us and keeps on with the same rhetoric and everything. But the amount of people that are saying what you're about to see was a masterful move from Mark Carney, kind of... Yes, I regret to inform you that Mark Carney is kissing Trump's ass. By how much, you ask? By this much.
From India, Pakistan, through to...
Mark, it's an honor to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If I may, you kindly hosted me and some of my colleagues a few months ago, and I said at the time, you are a transformative president. And since then...
Excuse me, what? Transformative president? Look at all this gold in the background. That's sickening in itself. Calling Trump a transformative president. Like, I guess technically speaking, that's true, but not in a good way. It's been transforming the U.S. into full-out fascism is what the transformation has been. But I don't think that's what Carney was implying with that. He was just kissing ass. And that's the thing. If you're going to do something as gross as kiss his ass, Donald Trump's ass, you damn well better get something out of it. And so far, the only thing Carney has gotten is a pair of orange lips. That's it. That's it. That's the only thing he's gotten from kissing his ass.
A transformative president. And since then, the transformation in the economy, unprecedented commitments of NATO partners to defense spending, peace from India, Pakistan, through to Azerbaijan, Armenia, disabling Iran as a force of terror, and now, and I'm running out of time, but this is in many respects the most important.
The
what
merger
you created
of Canada
no,
and the
what
United
you
States.
have created.
I'm only kidding.
That wasn't where I was going. I was no, but I, you know, on this on.
And a merger of Canada, United States.
Are a transformative president, and
the amount of liberals who watched that and were like, that's Carney playing the game. Yeah, he's doing such a good job. He's so good at this. He's such a businessman. He knows how to talk to Trump. Uh-huh. But you see, then when this is followed up with a headline like this, Carney returns to Ottawa without a deal to end U.S. tariffs. So you stain your lips orange for nothing. And there is this article here that kind of explains a little bit more of the liberal mindset, and it's from CTV News, but if we scooch down a bit, oh, don't they just look so cute? uh, Braley said Trump's comments about Canada becoming the 51st state have dominated the headlines for months, but it was Carney's nonverbal performance that stood out this time. When you have to get a body language in to try to find any sort of positivity from their interaction, you lost the game. You lost it. You just lost it. What Carney did that was really quite masterful is he was very busy actively listening. That was a masterful move by actively listening. Wow. I'm going to actively listen. Oh, you say, that he was masterful at looking like he was listening. Braley said Carney maintained a stoic, neutral look during those moments and engaged only when it served the conversation. They came across as actual friends. And how real is that? I don't know, Braley said. But when Donald Trump threw in the 51st state, Mark Carney was great in repartee and coming back to that with a funny comment. The meeting, Braley said, was different from the first encounter in the Oval Office earlier this year when he said Carney appeared more guarded. At that first meeting, Carney was a lot more stiff and a bit defensive, Braley said. He allowed Donald Trump to get to him a little bit, but this time he was very relaxed and mirrored a lot of Trump's body language. That, Braley said, included leaning forward in his chair, turning towards Trump when speaking, and occasionally acknowledging reporters with subtle gestures. Wow, did you have to develop double joints to reach this far? To find anything good? Did you just... You have to read into the body language like this in order to find anything good from this exchange? Media like that, said Braley. He was respecting them and he understood we're the valuable communication tool for him. He noted that Carney's performance reflected a growing ease in his public persona. He was much more comfortable and at ease today than he was during the Canadian debates, says Braley. He showed a lot of confidence and he was acting cool and control, and Donald Trump didn't faze him whatsoever. That's what we got. That's what we got from this guy kissing his ass. We got this and a headline, Carney returns to Ottawa without a deal to end the U.S. tariffs. That's what we got. So Mark Carney departed Washington Wednesday with no deal in hand to lift the U.S. tariffs on Canadian goods. But Alberta's premier expressed support for the Prime Minister's approach to U.S. President Donald Trump, because of course she would. Of course, because she wants to be the 51st state. She's made that very plain. And so when she's complimenting Mark Carney, that's an issue. That's an issue. You sometimes you have to step back and look at the people who are complimenting your positions. And if those people are hot pieces of trash, then maybe that's indicating you're in the dumpster with them. Trump lavished praise on Carney during a meeting in the Oval Office Tuesday and said the Prime Minister would leave the meetings very happy. It's kind of the other way around. The president showed no sign of relenting on tariffs, however, and no deal was announced. A readout from the Prime Minister's office released Wednesday said Carney and Trump welcomed the progress achieved to date in building a new economic and security relationship between their nations. Yes, Canada wants to participate in the Golden Dome with him. It says the leaders identified opportunities for material progress in trade and steel and aluminum and energy, and directed their team to conclude this work in the coming weeks. It added Carney and Trump also discussed opportunities to cooperate on defense and shared efforts to bolster Arctic security. Carney has faced increasing pressure to achieve a tariff relief after he spent the spring election campaigning pitching himself as the best person to deal with Trump's trade war. Premier Danielle Smith, who has long been critical of the Liberal government's approach to Alberta, said it appears the Prime Minister has read the President's book, Art of the Deal. That's what she's... That's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. Addressing the BMO US-Canada Summit in Toronto on Wednesday, Smith said, "We should be cheering the Prime Minister on as he builds relationships south of the border." That is how deals get made with this particular president, Smith said. And so I am beginning to see from the approach that the Prime Minister Carney takes, it may not be elbows up, but I never thought elbows up was going to get a deal with this particular president. Yeah, she knows it's not elbows up, it's elbows down and kissing the boot. That's how you get deals with this. And when she's complimenting his approach, that's an issue. So Christopher Sands, director of a university, said he was hoping Trump administration would offer a clear signal he was taking Ottawa's efforts seriously to appease the American president. Carney has dropped many of Ottawa's retaliatory tariffs, paused Canada's digital service tax, introduced border security legislation, and moved to ramp up defense spending. Yeah. And what have we got in return? Nothing. Nothing. Sorry, something random just fell off my chair. Okay. Let's see, did I want to go over any more of this? Yeah, the conversation between the two leaders left us very much with the sense that there's a desire to see how we can, starting the steel, aluminum sectors, structure something that would be in the interest that matters Trump's world, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's just, it's embarrassing. Let's see, somebody else saying, I think what Mark Carney's banking on, to be quite frank, is people aren't going to care how the deal was done as long as you get the deal in the end, he said. No, I think we're going to care. I think we would care how the deal is made. And I would think we would care that the deal was made, which so far there's been no indication of that. None. More embarrassment. Because this was just at the very end, but here, Fox News highlighting it. What a fucking embarrassment. When Republicans against Trump are looking at Carney like, you're embarrassing your own country. Because I don't know who he's talking about right now. If he's talking about Trump being the embarrassment or Carney being the embarrassment. They're both an effing embarrassment.
Azerbaijan, Armenia, disabling Iran as a force of terror, and now, and I'm running out of time, but this is in many respects the most important.
The merger of Canada and the United States.
That wasn't where I was going.
You silly Trump. No, we're not going to merge. You keep joking about it, but no. Ugh. And just more embarrassment. Because here's a little thing here again. So Trump, you have Canada. That's so great to have. In fact, the president called and he wanted to know if it's worth. Well, he knew exactly what he knew. Importance, Canada. By the way, where are you? Wait a sec. Did we read that right? The president called and he wanted to know if it's. He was talking about Carney.
So you have Armenia and you have Bahrain, you have Canada. It's so great to have, in fact, the president called and he wanted to know if it's worthwhile. He knew exactly what it was. He knew the importance. Where's Canada, by the way? Where are you? Where are you? He knew the importance of this. He said, I want to be there. So many people have done that. They called. I mean, they heard about it.
So first of all, Canada is geologically located to the north for the most part. There's actually quite a bit of Canada that's south of parts of the United States, and excluding Alaska in that, just to help out with that. But Carney, again, we're just yucking about. We're just yucking about here. We're having good old times. It's very quiet in here, but you can hear him say it.
Thanks. Is he going back?
I'm glad you upgraded me to president.
He says, I'm glad you upgraded me to president, as opposed to being governor of Canada. Oh, isn't that cute? You upgraded me to a president. Oh, we're besties. We're so getting along. This is great. Oh my God. Just stop. Everything he ran on, he has gone against. Yet liberals will still look at him like he's playing the game. He knows how to talk to Trump. He's totally doing this for a reason. There's an absolute reason for this. And meanwhile, all the people affected by the tariffs are still suffering. All the money that could be going towards our healthcare and our infrastructure and our social programs, that's now billions and billions and billions going into military spending. The amount of money going into the border, into police, which we're about to get into. So what are we getting in this? What's the end goal of this board game of life? Like, what is that? What is Carney going for? Any indications? Anything other than a vastly conservative government? I don't know if I have it in one of the tweets here, but somebody was saying, this is the most conservative government I've had in my lifetime. And yeah, it is. Because the fact that the conservatives aren't pushing back against a lot of the policies that Mark Carney is doing is an indication they're on board with it. And not only is Mark Carney doing what the conservatives would do, he's doing it and then some. The amount of austerity goes far beyond what the conservatives were planning on doing. He is just flat out conservative. Like, just flat out conservative. That's it. That's it. Oh, okay. So then we're going to be talking about Mark Carney again some more, but it's more just about federal, not tied to the United States, because next up will be the No King stuff that we're talking about. But there's still more embarrassment from Mark Carney to come, especially when it comes to talking about the border and money being spent on cops and things of that sort versus, maybe healthcare would be good. Like, I'm sure there's a thousand other things we could be spending the money on. But let's check the sandbox before we start talking about the No Kings. Let's see. Paige, yes. We're popping cherries. Who's going to pop my cherry? Who's going to be the channel? The big channel out there. The first one to take me on. The first channel bigger than mine to take me on. That does sound dirty, doesn't it? uh... 56 Nick Rich. There used to be feral cats around when I was a kid. I haven't seen one in decades. That could be TNR programs, trap, neuter, release. They tend to, they're the most humane way of cutting back on the feral cat population, because a lot of feral cats can't be domesticated. So they trap them, they make it so they can't have babies anymore, and they release them back to where they were. And a lot of cities have been implementing programs like that to help cut back on it, on the stray cat population, because it is devastating to wildlife to have a stray cat population. Not just to mention it's heartbreaking. You're right, Gibson. I have dyslexia. It is a pain in the ass. I know. I know. That was the first neurodivergent thing I was aware about as a kid. Is my dyslexia. Yeah. And a lot of people will see that the longer I go in one of these streams, the more tired I get, the more it comes out. And I still have this like cat hair flying around my eyelashes and it's driving me absolutely crazy. You always make the weirdest faces when you're looking for them too. Sorry, this is not exactly good YouTubing. Watching me try to pull a cat hair from my eyelid. The Wild West with just a whole bunch of throwing up emojis, yeah. Hello, sneaky fish. Liberals are terrified they'll latch onto most anything to feel like they have control of the situation. Yep. But the thing is that you can't actually deal with the problem until you acknowledge that problem exists. And the liberals just wanting to latch on so they can bury their head back in the sand, that doesn't fix anything. And it just, makes it a lot worse for when you do finally get your head out of the sand. You have to acknowledge the problem so that you can start dealing with it, because otherwise it's just going to get out of control. Let's see. Hello, Jet. Amend. Are you Jet? Are you the Jet? Orange is not a person to look up to. Stop kissing his ass. Because I know names are different on here recently, but are you the Jet? Let's see. Yuri Gibson, Kat Abu Gala is a warrior like Mandami, I think is what that says. Yeah, she seems to be really good, and it's horrible what ICE did to her. They assaulted her, threw her down to the ground and stuff. They're so lawless. Yuri Gibson, wouldn't King Charles have something to say if Canada became the 51st state? That would pose a problem. Would pose a problem. Mm-hmm. Because Canada is part of the monarchy. And we're going to talk about that with no kings, because we had to change our posters. Though I'd be fine with no kings. As in, I don't think... I've talked about it before, and what it comes down to is it requires too much work to no longer be part of the monarchy. And it's not something that either side of the government wants to take on, because as soon as they do, then the other side will attack them for it. But I'd be fine cutting ties with the monarchy. I do not see a point in it at all. And it's just the least we can do, just the symbolism of having the monarchy and what they did to this land and the people who lived here and stuff. I think it'd be a good start towards reparations is to actually cut ties with the monarchy. But then there would be it's basically the government doesn't want to do work, and it would be trying to figure out, okay, what kind of governance system are we going to have? How is this going to look? What are we going to do? Blah, 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 blah. That does not mean that Trump can't annex part of us, because what the fuck is King Charles really going to do? Like, what is he going to do? Say, that was mean of you. That's about it. That's about it. Jet saying that they are the Jet. Yes. The Jet. The Jet. Keep in mind, there are countries that are part of the monarchy that are absolute vile places with, dictatorships and stuff like that. The monarchy doesn't really, they're symbolic. They don't really do anything for the countries that they rule over now other than take our money. Because we do pay the monarchy a certain amount of money every year and stuff. But everything, like every role they have with us is purely symbolic. They don't get involved in our politics whatsoever. There are countries that are just full out dictatorships that are part of the monarchy that they don't care about. Like they don't, being part of the monarchy won't save us. Let's put it that way. 56 Nick Ridge, the U.S. president doesn't respect the U.S. Constitution. Why would he respect the Canadian Constitution? Yes, indeed. Why? Yes, Rich P. It's ceremonial, symbolic ceremonial. To the fellow dyslexia people in the SandBox, how many of you can tie a proper knot in your shoes? Believe it or not being able to tie knots is a sign of dyslexia. My mom broke down and she ended up just giving me sneakers with Velcro when I was a kid because I was unable to figure out how to tie a knot properly, and I still don't. I do, here are the 2 bunny ears and you tie them in a knot. But like when it was the 1 bunny ear and you loop it around and you pull it through and suddenly you get 2 bunny ear. No, I have never done that type of knot in my entire life. It doesn't mean all people with dyslexia can't tie knots, but it is a sign. And it doesn't mean all people who can't tie knots are dyslexic, but there is a through line there. Rich P saying it's not the same knot as everyone else, but it works, lol. Yep, and that's what I do. Then the teacher would get mad at me. Again, the signs were there when I was a child, obsessive compulsive, autistic and stuff. That never got diagnosed when I was a kid. The teacher would get mad at me because with my Velcro shoes, I would unvelcro them and try to line them up absolutely perfectly, the edges of the Velcro to where they met, like to have it lined up. Like if it was like this, I would and then try to, oh no, it's still off. Still slightly off. Okay, almost. Let's just try. Okay, we got it. And because Velcro's noisy, the teacher did not appreciate that. So, why do we start getting into the whole no kings? So, up here in Canada, we had to say no tyrants. I think a whole bunch of Canucks just chickened out on that. Should have said no kings. I'm just saying, you should have. You should have just gone for it. And I'm sure there was plenty of Canadians who did. Because I'm all for just, let's get rid of the monarchy. It's, again, I don't believe in a hierarchical structure like that. I don't believe that there's somehow people who are royalty are somehow better than everyone else just because they're born to a certain family. I just, I don't, no. A king, a queen is just a person who got born in, like, they're nobody special. And quite often are lacking in a lot of areas because they're never taught to be normal humans. So live saying YouTube videos on Firefox play an unnoticeable microsecond slower than Chrome. Every 20 to 30 minutes you can turn on speed and blah blah blah. Huh. Good to know. Hello, Bobby. Anyway, no kings. So there was no kings protest yesterday, and Trump said barely anyone would go out to them. Barely anyone. Almost no one would go out to these no king protests, but look at these amazing crowds. This is just so great. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know if there's any sound to this. Okay, good. There's no sound to this. The amount of coordination that takes. And they're also saying yes on Prop 50. It's a thing going on where this was done. Wow, protesters created huge sign on San Francisco's Ocean Beach reading "No Kings, yes on 50" in support of California's Prop 50 and stand up against Donald Trump's fascist regime. The amount of coordination that takes and to get that many people on board is wild. Absolutely wild. Oh, you're supposed to be at, like, near the end. Like down there. Okay. Have my tabs almost out of line so you'd miss the spectacular one. Like the spectacular stupid one is supposed to be near the end. And there's this. No Kings protests aren't for Trump to see. They're for marginalized. So they know they are not alone. For unaffected people. So they know this isn't normal. For Republicans. So they know their blind obedience to fascism won't be tolerated. And this is from Melanie. I don't know who this is. Director of NYH campaign, VP, yeah. But again, just look at this amazing crowd here. Ah! That was loud. In New York City. Really don't need volume on that. And somebody, Christopher Webb, just pointing the world, joined us and said no kings. And so a whole bunch of other places. Ah! Don't need sound on these. So just highlighting a whole bunch of other nations around the world also doing the no kings. London. Did you go no kings or did you say no tyrants? Again, my computer is breathing heavy, so I'm going to close these as I go along and hope that I don't want to open them again. So Brooklyn Dad just saying good morning. Happy Sunday to everyone. Thrilled to see 7 million people participate peacefully in No Kings protests, not just in blue states, but in red states and all over the world. A complete rejection of Trump's fascism. Make sure everyone sees this. And I know leading up into it, there was a lot of worry of agitators going into some of these protests to agitate, like people purposely set there to interfere, to cause violence, to spark violence, initiate violence and stuff like that. And so it's good to see that they were all peaceful. There's no, as far as I know, there's no reports of like anyone getting shot or violence of any sort happening in these. So it's just, the worry is gone. So that's good. Look at that. No music. So that's from MSNBC showing Boston. And then Atlanta, Georgia, and some other places. So it's really good. Just, you know, millions of people all participating in this. Now, where I'm going to get a little bit pissy with this is, can you all do something more than protest? Because these protests, they're great. They're visible. They don't change much. They're symbolic. They show people, yes, you're not alone and all this sort of stuff, but what are you fucking going to do about it? I want to see a strike. I want to see a general strike. I want to see commerce shut down, because that's the only way you're really going to make a change, is to have like an all out. If all these people prevented capitalism from happening, we'd get change in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, there would be change. And that's what needs to happen, is Don't just go out and protest. You have to do more. You have to do more than just show up. You have to be active. You have to be pushing legislation, writing, getting involved with your local politics and stuff of that sort. But if all these people went on general strike and shut down capitalism, oh, there'd be change real fast, really fast. So over 100,000 out for No Kings protests in Chicago. And this one is also Chicago and, oh, no, San Diego. There's one from Chicago, I think that, oh yeah, the next one's from Chicago. That looks really cool. Just, again, showing the scale of everything. So this one, Chicago, time lapse yesterday. That is a lot of people. Almost looks like a rock slide. But just to get that many people coordinated, knowing where to go, finding parking or finding transit in and all that sort of stuff, just, it was an incredible feat. There's no doubt about it. All these protests and stuff that happened was an incredible feat. I want to see more. I want to see strike. I want to see a strike. I want to see a shutdown of capitalism. So here, Montrealers show up to support democracy at No Tyrants protest. Somebody on Blue Sky was pointing out that if you're going to put no tyranny, then really make sure you're including the first Y. Was that happening? I hope not. So, no tyranny. So no false king. Of course. Fund science and save lives. Hand off Canada. No kings. There. Somebody saying no kings. Montreal gathered in place to send a pro-democracy message in what was dubbed No Tyrants demonstration. It was one of many rallies taken across North America and Washington as part of the No Kings movement and stuff. And so, yeah, we had one in Montreal. This one was in Vancouver. I can't show you the headline from the one in Toronto where thousands of people showed up because it's from the Toronto Star, and the Toronto Star loves to paywall everything. And my ass is too broke to get a Toronto Star subscription. And even if I had money, I still wouldn't want to get a Toronto Star subscription. It's just one of the ways that people who live with poverty, it's harder for us to participate in these sorts of things. So yeah, in Vancouver, well over 100 people. So I think it's also scale, you know, Canada's much smaller than a lot of these other areas. Oh, well over 100, huh? Wow, impressive. It's not much different in Toronto. And so what was Trump's response to all of this? He sent out an AI video. AI needs to go down. It needs to be destroyed. I despise AI with all of my core, all of my being. It had potential, I think, you know, in a Star Trek utopia world. But what it's being used for now, and the fact that the president of the United States is using it for this level of childish, like that's all it is. It's child level behavior. And the fact that he's allowed to do this, that there are people on his team that are like, yeah, we're not going to stop him from sending this out. Are you fucking kidding me? They kept on saying there was at least adults in the room during his first term. Those adults seem to have left the building because this came out. So Amber speaks up, just saying, I've said it, but I'm going to continue saying it for documentation's sake. Posts from the president and White House like this are a shame of the office of the presidency, no matter who holds it, depicting a sitting president dropping shit on, she says waste, but it was shit, on citizens crosses every line of decency, dignity, and respect for the institution. Critique is part of free speech, but turning the office into itself into mockery cheapens the country and devalues our collective integrity. And we get so tired of doing it. Imagine if Biden did this. Imagine if Kamala Harris did this, showing themselves shitting on a bunch of Trump supporters. We know. We know it's hypocritical. We know it's not the same. We know. We know. We know. So what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about shit like this being put out there? There he is wearing the crown in a jet without the air mask properly fitting on because it's fucking AI. And this is from Donald Trump. And there's the plane with a whole bunch of shit being dropped onto people. That's what he thinks of it. You know, he's not going to address why people are protesting or anything. That's what he thinks of it. But, let's hear something good from the No Kings protest, shall we? I haven't listened to this yet, but it's from Bernie Sanders, so I'm going to assume it's good. This moment isn't just about one man's greed, one man's corruption, or one man's contempt for our Constitution. It's about the wealthiest people on earth who, in their insatiable greed, have hijacked our economy and politics to enrich themselves at the expense of working families.
In 1776.
Oh, why are you putting music on this? Okay, so people who are watching this live stream later on, if this is cut out, it's because they love putting copywritten music on top of these things. And so then it has to get snipped out of my live streams. So hopefully it's not copywritten.
With extraordinary courage, the founders of our country announced to the world that they would no longer be ruled by the King of England. A king who had absolute power.
I would like to no longer be ruled by the King of England too. So cheers on that.
Power over their lives. They demanded freedom. And to bring that about, they fought a bloody war against the British Empire. And in 1789, after winning that war, they
depends on where
did
you were.
something extraordinary. They established the first democratic form of government in modern history. They said loudly and boldly to the entire world, no more kings. In America, they said, we the people will rule. And today,
no more kings, no more kings, no more kings, no more kings, no more kings.
and today in the year 2025, in this dangerous moment in American history, our message is exactly the same. No, President Trump, we don't want you or any other king to rule us. Well, let us be clear. This moment is not just about one man's greed, one man's corruption, or one man's contempt for the Constitution. This is about a handful of the wealthiest people on earth who, in their insatiable greed, have hijacked our economy and our political system in order to enrich themselves at the expense of working families throughout this country.
So you have amazing speakers like that, and then you have Donald Trump showing a jet with irritable bowel syndrome dumping on people. Like, just the lack of class there is shocking compared to Bernie. Now, There is one video here that might not show that I was hoping to go over, but since my YouTube is acting up and it's not loading, so I will pop it into Google to see if that happens. Any change. Let's see. Okay, so it's showing up in Google. Oogly Googly is playing it.
Ladies and
So, it's so frustrating, so freaking frustrating what's happening to my YouTube right now with Firefox. Ah! Because I can't guarantee it'll be ad-free in Google Chrome. Let's close those tabs. So, got a question for you guys. This was a really good speech from Mehdi Hassan at one of the No Kings rallies. It is 9 minutes long. I kind of want to watch it with you guys. I caught most of it earlier because I caught it. I just happened to tune into Zateo Live when he had already got up on stage. So I want to know if you want to watch Mehdi with his amazing speech with me for the 9 minutes, or if we just want to jump around in it. So put a 1 in the SandBox if you want to see the full 9 minutes. And yes, I'm absolutely content stealing from Zateo. You know, they got over 365K views on this. I think they can handle it. So put a 1 if you want to see the whole thing, or put a 2 if you just rather I skip around in it. And hopefully, since it's in Google, we won't get any ads during it because it's super frustrating. And while I'm waiting for the lag to catch up in the SandBox, I'll go over some comments. Let's see. I saw that. The True Democratic North saying Trump's video post was childish. Absolutely. 56 Nickridge saying yes on Prop 50. Also saying the US flag was upside down in distress too. Let's see. People wondering if I was going to show the video. I did. Let's see. I wish I could become fluent in French. Yuri Gibson. But I need an actual tutor, which costs money. Soul Life. Very Christian values, indeed. Showing a jet with irritable bowel syndrome and him with his crown and ugh. Keep in mind 56 Nickridge. I only showed the video because I saw the video. If I hadn't shown it, it would be because I hadn't seen it. Yuri Gibson also saying that AI shit is fucked up with all the water and electricity it's using will kill the world. Yes. Was that worth the amount of electricity? It's we could be doing so much better as a society. Hello, Flow Snake. So I got a 1, a 2, a 1, another 1. One for the whole video, 2 for only parts of it. Soul Life. Oh, telling. What do I press? Right. 42069 is not the right answer, but it is right for someone. So I've got more 1s than 2s. It's 9 minutes, yes. Yeah, because I caught the end of it when I just happened to tune in live to Zateo covering the No Kings, and Medi was just up on stage. And so I caught part of it, and it was really good. And he should know a thing or two about kings, being that he's an official pond jumper. Though if you're going to jump the pond, why the hell you land in the United States as opposed to Canada is beyond me. Okay. Okay, I'm getting more ones. I'm sorry, Bobby. You've been outvoted. You can chill out, have a drink, go get something to eat. Just going to pop this in studio mode for a moment to make sure that it is lined up. Okay, it is. So, from Zateo, Zatato, depending on what you want to call it, Mehdi Hassan spoke at a No Kings rally. He had a really good speech. Like I said, I caught the last part of it, but let's go over more of it, shall we? Other people saying, yeah. And this video has already garnered over 365,000 views in just one day. One day. Like, good on Mehdi. His Zateo is doing amazingly well, and that is so needed and so good, and just, you know, want to throw all the praise at him. I have a portrait in mind. He's going to be one of my portraited people. I will be making a portrait of him after I'm done doggy portrait that I'm working on right now. But anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, friends, my name is Mehdi.
And also put an up arrow or down arrow if the volume needs to be adjusted. Or a thumbs up if it's just fine.
Mehdi Hassan, I am a journalist, I am an immigrant, and I am a Muslim.
I want a Zateo hoodie.
I am everything Donald Trump loves. I am the Trump trifecta. I'm also a bit of a socialist. But shh, don't tell Stephen Miller, he alarms quite quickly. Can I just say, it is so heartwarming to see so many of you out here in DC today. DC, make some noise. We need to make sure today that they hear.
Just want to see some of these signs. And yes, I'm going to interrupt it, unfortunately, because I'm still worried about copyright issues. I need to be transforming the content properly, even though me stealing content from Zateo is not going to hurt them at all. So we have Make America Good Again. When was it ever? Trump freed Santos lies. Let's see. Can't really see too many other signs. Oh well.
Hear us in the White House and in the Capitol. All week, I've heard Speaker Mike Johnson and Republican members of Congress say that this rally, the No Kings rally, is a hate rally. A hate rally. The people who can't get through a single day without hating on late-night comedians and overweight soldiers and Muslim politicians and Mexican immigrants and Palestinian refugees and black women and transgender kids and peaceful protesters and Mr. Fricking Potato Head, they are lecturing us on hate? Really? I'm not here out of hate. I'm here out of love. I'm here because I love this country. I love America. I love the First Amendment. I love our democracy. I love our diversity. Yes, our diversity. And I am not willing to sit back and watch our glorious American multiracial, multicultural, democratic experiment, our constitutional republic, destroyed by the guy from Home Alone 2.
It's actually wild how many movies Donald Trump was referenced in back in the 90s. But yes, Bobby, I will be putting commentary in. We're not just going to sit here and watch it. But I do find it interesting how it's a lot of the immigrants that go to the United States seem to cherish what the United States is far more than the people like Stephen Miller and Donald Trump that want to make it something it never was. The United States has always been a home to immigrants. That's what the country was built on. That and genocide. No escaping that. But the advancements, the reason why it was an icon around the world for so long, like that, the American dream and looking up towards it, was because of its ability to have unity in all the peoples. Because like here in Canada, we have more of a mosaic because we don't have a Canadian identity, but there is an American identity. Canada has a brand. We do not have an identity. And so there was something very beautiful about what the United States, pretended to be, but still did fulfill a lot of that for a lot of people. And it's now a lot of the immigrants, a lot of the people who are in vulnerable positions that are having to be the ones to speak up and remind people what the United States was supposed to be about, what the American dream was supposed to be, versus these people that just want to make it into a nightmare.
Not gonna do it. Because I did not inherit America. I did not inherit America. I chose America. I wasn't born here. I immigrated here. And we immigrants, we love this country often more than the people who are born here, because we chose to move here, live here, swear an oath to the Constitution here, an oath that the guy down the street violates every morning and every night. The great irony is, of course, that Donald Trump is the son of an immigrant, the grandson of an immigrant, and married to an immigrant. In fact, 2 of his 3 wives were immigrants, proving yet again that immigrants will do the jobs that even Americans are not willing to do.
I love how he's able to throw in all these digs. Like, Bernie is very good at the motivational, getting, the passion and stuff like that. But Mehdi, he throws the shade. He throws the shade during these, which is kind of fun.
I immigrated here from the United Kingdom. You want to talk about no kings? The UK still has a king. King Charles III, but even he has less gold in his palace than Donald Trump has in the Oval Office right now. Even King Charles has more respect for democratic norms and traditions than the whiny authoritarian man-child trying to send troops into as many blue cities as he can. This is a president who says he wants to be a dictator, but only for a day. Well, we are now 271 days into his wannabe dictatorship. He just went to see the Egyptian president Sisi, who is a military dictator, runs one of the most repressive regimes on earth. And he went there and he said, I want to praise your fantastic leadership and your low crime rates.
The fact that it's only been over 250 days of Trump in office. It's not even a full year that he's been in office, and already everything he's done. The type of stamina we're going to need to get through the rest of this, and then just hope that there's a fair and honest like, that's the thing. We can't just hope that there's a fair and honest election at the end of this. We have to ensure that happens. Again, non-violently. I'm not for violence. I do not like violence here. But we can't just rely on the system, because that system so far hasn't prevented Trump from doing some of the worst things to American citizens already. Kidnapping them, shipping them off to concentration camps, the impunity that the police have down there and everything. It's, yeah.
This is who he loves. This is the autocratic leader he aspires to be. And of course, he was in Egypt hailing his Gaza peace plan, which is a ceasefire, yes, but not a peace plan. Donald Trump, the man who uses Palestinian as a pejorative, as a slur, has no plan for Palestinian freedom, no plan for Palestinian statehood, no plan for justice for the Palestinians who have been massacred and starved and genocided and ethnically cleansed for the past 2 years, including the past 9 months of his presidency. Meanwhile, Israel for the past week has violated the ceasefire again and again, killing Palestinians with impunity. Yesterday they killed 7 Palestinian children during a ceasefire. There is no peace in the Middle East because, as Dr. King said, peace is not just the absence of violence, it is the presence of justice. So these are dark times. Genocide abroad, fascism at home. Which is why it's so crucial that we gather, we organize, we rally like this. We mobilize, we pluralize, we bring people into the tent. We register voters, we defend voters, we become voters if we're not already. And you know, they say we don't reach out to the other side. We don't reach out to conservatives or Republicans, that we're in an echo chamber. Well, let me say to every Republican and conservative watching, aren't you the ones who said no more big government, no tyranny in America? So if you believe that, what are you doing defending masked federal agents in unmarked cars, bundling people off of the streets, including American citizens, and disappearing them? How are you okay with that? And if you're not okay with it, then come over to our side. The side of the Democrats. The small d Democrats, not the big D Democrats, not the Democratic Party. Those of us who are from all parties and none. But those of us who care about saving America so that we can get to our 250th birthday and still be free when we reach 250 years. Come over to our side. The side of no crowns, no thrones, no kings. The side of freedom, of liberty, of the Constitution. The First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 22nd Amendment, which says 2 terms means 2 terms. And if you're not worried about Donald Trump trying to stay on for a 3rd term, you should be. He's literally selling merch. So I worry about free and fair elections in 2028. But then I say, why should I worry? I see all of you here today. What is there to worry about? We here today are not spectators. We are citizens. We are not bystanders, we are proud and patriotic Americans. And we Americans, we the people, will not allow our country to be taken over by demagogues and dictators. We will not stand for it. So let me ask you this. I need to hear you. Are you willing? Are you willing? Answer this. Are you willing to sit back and let Trump shred our freedoms? I can't hear you, DC. They need to hear you in the White House. Are you willing to let Trump shred our freedoms? Are you willing to sit back and bend the knee to fascists and white supremacists? Are you willing to be the Americans on whose watch democracy died? Good, because people power is our last line of defense. Remember this, Donald Trump has never, ever, not in 3 elections, won a majority of the vote. Never. And I'll say this to you. I'll say this to you. Here's the math that they are scared of. There are more of us than there are of them. We are the majority. Say it with me. We are the majority. They're not loud enough today, DC. Come on, louder. We are the majority. Yes, we are. And we have no intention of losing our country, our democracy, our freedoms to that twice impeached convicted criminal and his gang of grifters. No way. We will out-organize them. We will outvote them. We will outlast them. Because when I see you all out here today, when I see you all out here today in your thousands, in millions across the country, I have hope. I have faith that America can defeat this fascist threat, this authoritarian mania, this MAGA cult, and save our freedoms. And I also have faith and hope that one day soon, the Palestinians will be free. Thank you very much for your time.
Yay. Such a good speech. Okay. Just want to bring up what's next. Okay, we'll be talking about more federal politics in just a moment. But yeah, I also want to say I do love that Canada is mosaic. I love, you know, traveling through Toronto, and it's like you can visit the entire world while staying in one city. Learning about different cultures and foods and stuff, and that you can still, you know, you can still be Canadian while maintaining everything from your other culture and stuff. And I love learning about other places and stuff. "56 Nick Rich, whatever Canadian believes that immigrants aren't willing to be loyal to this land is a moron." And we get that all the time. Like the amount of times, it was so disgusting from the media, how much they would question Jagmeet Singh about his being Canadian enough type thing, because he's brown and wears a turban. Like that's all. That's all. Nobody else's loyalty was being questioned the same way, even though it was proven that India was interfering, not with, you know, the NDP and Jagmeet Singh, but with the Conservatives. Let's see. Oops. So life, the Supreme Court just up and decided to revisit voting rights from a settled case. MAGA just happened to buy Dominion machines. Dodge just happened to be purging registered voters. It's totes, to be fair. Yeah. A lot of people who thought, you know, a few months ago, of course there's going to be another free and fair election in the United States. The ones who are plugged in are like, yeah, I'm not so sure anymore. It's not a guarantee. JK saying, we could hibernate for 3 years, but when we wake up, it might be like Ash coming out of the cave in Evil Dead. Or it could be like that guy in 28 Days Later, waking up in the hospital bed, being like, what? I do like 28 Days Later, despite how unrealistic it is that he would be lying in a hospital bed for 28 days and still be alive. Yes, you can survive not eating, but he would have died from dehydration long before that. So Life India was unaliving people in Canada, for fuck's sakes, yeah. And you're right, 56 Nick Rich. There is no utopia out there. That's the thing. Like, I don't think any country out there is the best or perfect or anything of that sort. All countries deserve critique. All countries are far from perfect. But I am very grateful that I am in this country because, you know, I'm safer here than in a lot of places around the world. And despite my financial issues that I'm suffering right now, I'm still more stable than I would be anywhere than a lot of other places in the world. Not all, but a lot. But you know, people can help out with my financial situation by promoting my channel. The more subscribers I get, like just in general, not even necessarily paid ones, but the bigger my channel comes, the more likely it is I'll be able to handle these massive bills that just came my way, as in car repairs. And I need a new laptop. Frodo's going back to the vet for that thing on his neck. So, I need a car. Every month I'm going further into debt, and it just, if my YouTube channel picked up, I can manage it, but 56 Nick Rich, I'm grateful for being a happy connect for the last 69 plus years. Yeah. Also, people can buy my book. It's October. It's spooky season, so you should be buying my book because it's a vampire horror. So what's better than to read my horror book during October? You can get it on Amazon as an ebook or a paperback. And I love the book so much. I can't wait until I'm done the TYT project for so many reasons, but primarily so I can get back to the book. But yes, now that I'm done the Charlie Kirk video, I have a doggy portrait that I need to do because for a fundraiser for the silent auction, I offered my talents as a portrait artist as one of the things that people could bid on, and it brought in a fair bit of money. So it's a cute doggy, so that's be a nice relaxing drawing to do. And then once that's done, I can get back to just focusing on getting that TYT video done. No way in hell it's going to get done by my 5-year anniversary, but oh, it would be so nice if I could. But yes, the 5-year anniversary of my show is coming up November 1st. You see, I purposely posted my first video November 1st so that I could easily remember. If I put it on the 1st of the month, I could easily remember when I started my channel. And the best gifts for my channel would be to have over 10,000 subscribers and to actually go on a YouTube channel that's bigger than mine, which might lead into the over 10,000 subscribers. So we'll work on it. We'll work on it. Hello, Stink Dragon, Sticks Dragon, Dragon. I know I'm saying that wrong. Saying my family hopped the border into the U.S. during the Great Depression. That was a mistake. I'm trying to go back now. Yeah. This book. Yuri Gibson, this book. I wrote a book. It's vampire horror. It's loaded from a political and social commentary. And I love it so much. There's going to be sequels and prequels, and I can't wait to get back to it. And now when I dress up as a vampire, I'm dressing up as Minuet, the vampire in this. It's available on Amazon. The links are in the description box below so that you can get an ebook or a paperback. Oh, I love this book so hard. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's a full, look at that. It's a full book. It's a novel. It's a great read. Loaded with political and social commentary. If you like my channel, you'll love my book. But it is a horror. So yeah, I love it so much. And I can totally get lost for hours wanting to talk about it and talking about it, but I don't want to give away the things. And there's a segment on this space, which I appear on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern from a couple months ago, where I read out the first chapter. And I've read out the first chapter and stuff before here, but then I made changes to it, so it's not the proper first chapter. And eventually after my TYT project is done and I can get back to my book, one of my other projects will be me reading out the entire book as YouTube videos, but it would be for people who are the highest level patron or SandBox member. That said, if you see the pinned video to the top of my YouTube page right now, it specifically says that nothing will be behind a paywall, but that's in regards to my channel, like the news and stuff that I cover. And that said, I still don't want it to be a barrier, because I don't want people to feel left out because they're living with poverty. So there will be options. I will let people know when the entire book is up. That way, if you can sign up for 1 month and then just cancel your membership. But if you're really struggling for cash, I get it. And just shoot me an email. I'll send you a link. Like it is what it is. I don't want people to miss out because you don't have money. Because there's so many leftist spaces I would love to be able to participate in fully that I can't. Because I get it. They have memberships and stuff. But here, when you become a member of the SandBox, you don't get any bonus material, but bonus material will be available because of you. Because the less financial stress I'm under, the more content I can create. So there will be content that is courtesy of members, but it's going to be available to everyone because I want at least one leftist platform to be fully available to everyone. Majority Report's really good at that too, so I won't be the only one, but still. Okay, let's get back to it. So we have more federal politics news. More Mark Carney just being conservative. That's it. He's just a conservative. He is just a conservative at this point. So, CPC Watcher, I'm not too familiar with this Twitter account yet, so I don't know of the reliability, but there is a clip and we'll be watching the clip. So the clip will say more of it. But they're followed by some people that I trust. Although at the end it says something about the National Post, and anything the National Post quotes or says, it's a right-wing spin. It's just a right-wing spin. So Carney is asked, now I'm curious if you're comfortable with the notion that police intelligence can go in service provider. So this is part of what was Bill C2, but Mark Carney is now saying that it's being split. But I don't know how that split is working yet. So in Bill C2, we're going to go over it, whereas basically it would allow the RCMP to just go and see what psychiatrist I was seeing, going and see, all of this, all my medical or appointment history without a warrant. 56 Nick Rich, thank you so much for becoming a Feldspar. Really appreciate that. Yes, all the tiers, you can become a feldspar, granite, or quartz. They're all elements of sand. Took me a long time to figure that out. So we'll watch the clip, but, down here, Carney is trading your privacy rights in the guise of fixing a problem that liberals created, a free flow and use of illegal drugs that are killing Canadians. That wasn't specifically just the liberals. That's been bipartisan throughout the years, and that's where the spin from like the National Post can come in, where you don't listen to it, because that's not just a liberal thing. That's been bipartisan across the years that has made it the problem that it is now.
Christopher Nardi from the National Post. So, as you know,
see, it's the National Post that is asking this question, and that's why I was thinking about them.
C2 remains in Parliament. And as you also surely know, the bill contains all these sweeping lawful access powers for intelligence agencies and police. Now, I'm curious, are you comfortable with the notion that police or intelligence can go to any service provider? It can be doctors, counselors, child therapists, pharmacists, and obtain information about if someone is a client, since when, where they obtain those services, without a warrant?
The two things. One is the bill has been divided into C2 and C12. What you just referred to were issues in C12. So we're talking about the same. No, it's divided into C2 and C12. There are two processes. And Parliament will work through, including through the committee stage, and ultimately through a vote. What we have a responsibility as parliamentarians, as the government, is to protect our communities and protect our borders. And where there is...
I'm sorry, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, you don't know? Because Yuri Gibson is saying, Sandy, what about Owen Jones' channel? I will check out your book. My mom was a poet. Her book is on Amazon as well. You don't know about my infatuation with Owen Jones. You're new from the pond, from across the pond, aren't you? Because now I have to show you. I have to show you because I love getting new reactions to this. Sorry, ADHD is a bitch to have when you're a live streamer, but you asked for it, so you're going to see it in just 1 second. You asked for it without knowing you asked for it. You see, Yori, I'm an artist. Like a really fucking good artist. It sometimes looks better with the lights off because of the glare on the pencil. Where's my... There we go. Still got glare from the ring light. There we go. There we go. Ah, that's better. Yeah. Oops. There we go. Yes, this is a hyper-realistic portrait of Rose Jones that I did. I have it pinned to my Twitter account. Been trying to get Owen to see it, but as far as I know, he has not yet seen it. Because he gets like 10,000 messages a day, so it's like winning the lottery for him to actually see it. But I've been trying to get him to see it, and so if you're on Twitter or Blue Sky, you can always try to boost that and help me to get Owen to actually see it. Totally off track there, but that's more interesting than anything Mark Carney has to say. But we'll just get back to this. So yes, basically Mark Carney doesn't answer the question. And he's saying that it's being split because he knows Canadians don't like it. They don't want our privacy overwritten like this. So he never directly answers the question, and I'd be interested to see how the bill is being split into having our privacies and stuff taken away. But that's the thing again, that a lot of people are letting this happen because Mark Carney's liberal. And so he's getting away with doing a lot more conservative stuff than the conservatives ever could, because so many liberal loyalists just are like, anything Mark Carney does is great. Yeah, I'm sure Yori Gibson didn't expect that at all. I'll get back to the SandBox in just a bit. I need to actually get through news. Wow, I am like super bright right now. There we go. Fix it.
Where it is merited. And there is probable cause, plausible expectation, potential illegal trafficking of, for example, and this is a case, unfortunately, in our society, of precursors and components of fentanyl, which kills thousands of Canadians every year, even though, despite the efforts, kills thousands of Canadians every year, and is shipped through Canada.
So maybe try dealing with the reason why people are becoming reliant on substances. You know, like the crumbling living standards that we're dealing with, the lack of mental health care, because that's not covered under our universal health care here. How about that? How about making, you know, our health care absolutely universal and put more funding into it so we don't have to wait so long? You know, make it so people can actually afford to live with socialized housing, all that sort of stuff. So that's the gist of this right now, is that this is still something that people need to be paying attention about, because we can't be having it so that they can just go and check our pharmacists, our doctors, our counselors, and all that sort of stuff without a warrant. That should absolutely be needed. That is such a violation of privacy. Also, that they could try to, like, I don't understand how, like, I get why they would do that. Ooh, fentanyl or whatever, use whatever excuse they want. But that is very personal information that they shouldn't be privy to without good damn cause, as in good enough cause that a warrant is granted. So, more conservative policies from the Liberal government. Mark Carney, Canada's new government is relentlessly focused on protecting our communities, our border, and our country. We're hiring 1,000 new Canada Border Service Agency personnel and making big changes that will attract and retain this next wave of highly trained border officials. Yes, that's what we need, because that is a problem here. No, it's not. Okay, it's not an issue. Like, it is an issue for the Americans because the largest percentage of undocumented people in the United States are Canadian, but it's not because they're sneaking across the border. It's because they get a visa and then they overstay the visa. You can hire 10,000 more border agents. That won't stop that. That's how it happens. And so to waste money on this, in a rapidly changing and more dangerous world, Canada is focused on what we can control. We are building our economy with major projects and millions more homes. We are empowering Canadians with lower costs and new opportunities to help you get ahead, and we are protecting our communities and our country. You know, just saying it doesn't make it real. What lower costs? What new opportunities? How are you helping us get ahead exactly? Millions more homes, that's not happening for one thing. And then it's all private sector stuff. It's not stuff that would actually help with the cost of housing. We cannot control what other nations do, but we can control what we build. We are building Canada strong. There was literally somebody trying to get in my building during the election that had a Canada Strong shirt on. And I thought they were conservative because it said Canada Strong, so I didn't let them in. Like, they were campaigning. They were going door knocking and stuff. With these types of buildings, somebody has to actually let them in for that to happen. And I saw that. I'm like, screw you, because I thought they were conservative. Because that's a fucking conservative slogan right there. To build a stronger country, we must protect our sovereignty and secure our border. How are you doing that? By going down to speak to Donald Trump and being all folksy and stuff? And it's like, shucks darn, you referred to me as president. That's such an upgrade. So hire 1,000 new border agents. Increase the CBSA's recruit stipend for the first time since 2005, raising it from $125 to $525 per week to help attract and retain the next generation of highly trained border officers. That doesn't actually work that way. Because you notice how in the States, they're giving all this extra money to people signing on to be ICE agents. It doesn't necessarily attract more qualified people. And more, even more conservative policies from our liberal, very big like quotes, like liberal government. Canada's bail and sentencing laws are about to get tougher. We're amending the criminal code to help keep violent criminals and repeat offenders off our streets. And we're introducing stronger sentences for auto theft, organized crime, and home invasion. Thank you, Pierre Poilievre. What kind of bullshit is this? Like, again, crime, bad. I'm not pro-crime. Not pro-crime. I would like to see crime go away because we deal with the root causes that lead people to do the crime. Because most of those can be fixed by just healthcare, mental health care, affordable place to live, groceries you can afford, an education, feeling like you're part of a community. All of that sort of stuff tends to help with the whole crime thing because then people aren't desperate. A lot of desperation causes a lot of the crime because a lot of desperate people also turn to substances to help medicate that because they're not getting the treatment they need, which again also leads to some more crime. So, if you want to solve the crime problem, you got to deal with the societal issues, not just throw people in jail. Is there music on this? So Canada's new government is introducing tougher bail. Don't go by so fast. Tougher bail and sentencing laws to help make our streets safer. Generally speaking, they're pretty safe. Like, there are some bad areas, but again, I'm very grateful to be Canadian because I don't worry about getting shot when I go out on the streets. I'm not worried about crime. But, I'm always a fan of making things even safer. So, to be fair, I am always a fan of making it even safer. But of course, even more conservative policies. Speaking of reporters in Etobicoke, Ontario, earlier today, Mark Carney announced 2 upcoming measures his government is taking to combat crime: bail and sentencing reform targeting repeat violent offenders, and funding to hire more RCMP personnel. RCMP stands for Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the R surprisingly not standing for racist. So we're hiring more border agents. We're hiring more RCMP. I don't like the direction this is going, because the States is example number 1 that introducing a bigger police state doesn't actually solve the problem. You don't solve the problem. We'll get into it because Leah Gazan sent out a message about it, but that's not how you solve the problem. You solve it by actually dealing with the ills in society. But he's a conservative, he's a capitalist. Dealing with those ills means less profit for the capitalists.
Today, I'm announcing 2 major new measures that Canada's new government is taking to build safer communities for you and your loved ones. First, we're strengthening the criminal code to get tough on bail and sentencing, keeping violent criminals and repeat offenders off our streets and out of our communities.
Okay, so for people who don't know Canada very well, so there is a bit of a difference. There's criminal law is federal. So there'll be federal jails and things of that sort. And so that's what he's going to be talking about is criminal law. Because then you also hear things like Doug Ford and stuff like that. Civil law is provincial. So that means if you do a crime in one province, it's going to be considered a crime in another province because it's Canada's all under one umbrella when it comes to criminal law. But civil law is provincial, and that's when you hear Doug Ford also bitching about the jails and people being released and stuff of that sort. But that's also in large part because those systems are underfunded, and we'll be getting more into that in the provincial docket.
And second, we are investing in frontline law enforcement, hiring 1,000 new RCMP personnel to keep our country and communities safe. Today,
and so Leah Gazem was just kind of responding to that, saying locking people up for being poor, sick, or in crisis doesn't solve the problem, and in fact makes it worse. When people are, and she's a NDP MP, and she is not running for the leadership. She said earlier that she has no intention of running for leadership right now, and we'll be getting more about the leadership race for the NDP in just a little bit. But so she's an NDP MP. New Democratic Party. So when people are detained instead of supported, they often lose housing, jobs, and vital connections. That instability drives desperation, which fuels crime and social harm. Also, the rates that are charged to people to use a phone in prison are obscene, and it prevents a lot of people from maintaining their connections. Because yes, if you go away to jail, you're going to lose your housing, you're going to lose your job, you're going to lose your contacts in the community, and then nothing in jail will help you get back to where you were with that. Instead, you're going to be in a much worse situation when you get out of jail. And, that you shouldn't be leaving jail more broken than when you went in, because I believe in restorative justice. And this doesn't, help with like recidivism and stuff if you just lock people away without putting in the proper supports that they need for when they get out, and isolating them from their community, from their friends, from their family. They miss out on things like if they're a parent, they miss out on their child growing up and all this sort of stuff. Like it doesn't just rob the community from them, it robs them from the community. So their friends and families are robbed of this person from being in their lives as well. And so a child may grow up without a parent. And how does that make that child any better in this society? So yes, I believe in restorative justice and proportional penalties and stuff. Determine, did this person commit a crime out of desperation? And if so, then do they deserve to just be punitively punished for it? Or did they commit it because they're just a jackass type thing? Like, why did the person commit the crime should be weighed heavily with this sort of thing. And then if there's a way to solve the reason why that person committed the crime, then maybe that should be addressed so that they're not more broken at the end of this. So Leah continues saying, jailing people for public health issues doesn't make neighborhoods safer. It pushes people deeper into crisis and back onto the streets without treatment or support. Police intervention replaces healthcare, but it can't offer recovery or stability. The result is a cycle of criminalization where we witness more people in distress, more police encounters, and more trauma for everyone involved. Punishment-based policies drain public resources that could instead fund housing, treatment, and prevention. These are the very things proven to reduce crime and strengthen communities. We need greater investment in frontline organizations rather than carceral responses that intervene after it's too late. In short, criminalizing poverty and illness doesn't create safety, it breeds fear, instability, and mistrust. These are the very conditions that make real safety impossible. It's time to take true public health approach to the crisis we're facing in Winnipeg Center. We need massive investment in prevention and care, not more funding for systems that only intervene when it's already too late. Damn, that's a really good statement. It's unfortunate she won't be running. We'll get more into the leadership in just a bit, but we need more people like her in government. She's an amazing politician. And we definitely need more people with this understanding, with this level of compassion and empathy to be in power, because the people in power right now are sociopaths. And they don't care. They just want to clean things up. They don't actually care about the quality of life that people are dealing with. They only care about the aesthetics of it. Throw all these people in jail so that it looks like there's less crime, or that it doesn't look as bad to the people who are wealthy, who have to walk through a park and maybe see a tent encampment. Just clear it away so that they don't have to be burdened with that sight. No, let's actually deal with the issues. And the thing is, we know the solutions. We know them. We know how to fix a lot of these messes, and Canada is wealthy enough to do it. Absolutely wealthy enough to do it. It's sad to see that this is the path that we're going, when there was a time when I was younger and there was like hope of like a Star Trek utopia in the future, and now it's just anything but. All those dystopian movies were underplaying it. But now let's get into conservative by name and action conservatives. So Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre says the leadership of the RCMP is despicable and accuses them of covering up for former PM Trudeau. He just can't let Trudeau go. He can't. He always has to talk about it. That is not Pierre Poilievre. That is Andrew Scheer, who is talking on Pierre's behalf. Also, a lot of these conservatives were saying, how dare Mark Carney get this picture in front of all these cops? He's using them as political pawns. Every single freaking conservative politician has had the same photo op. It's not unique to Carney. Every conservative politician has had that sort of photo op. So they can all just STFU, merci beaucoup. So let's see what Andrew Scheer has to say. We're not going to listen to the whole almost 5 minutes of this because he's I can't. I just can't with him.
The leader of your party made some comments in a podcast that I want to get your take on because it's actually about policing. The podcast, I believe, was taped October 3rd, posted yesterday. He was referencing the RCMP's decision not to pursue criminal charges against Justin Trudeau or other people in the government over their involvement in the SNC scandal. Mr. Poilievre characterized the leadership of the RCMP as, quote, despicable when it comes to enforcing laws against the Liberal government and accused them of covering up for Trudeau. Do you have proof of that?
Did you hear the taped audio between the Liberal Prime Minister's clerk of the Privy Council and former Justice Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould? Because I heard that audio recording, and I heard explicit and implicit threats to a justice minister to grant, if she did not grant, a special deal to SNC Lavalin. I believe that's a matter of public record, and so I certainly I don't agree with the idea that there was not an attempt to interfere in the justice minister's role as an independent officer of the court.
But that's not what I asked, Mr. Scheer. You have a view that...
As I was watching that, I was like, but that's not what she asked. And I'm so glad that she actually then stepped in and said, that's not what I asked. You know, I asked this question and all now you're doing is talking about all the stuff that we already know. The RCMP already went through all of it. They didn't proceed with it. So answer my fucking question. And I do like that we still do have pockets of this in Canada, not enough. And there is tons of biases, especially when it comes to coverage of Israel and the Palestinians, tons and tons of biases there. But we still do have a fair bit of mainstream anchors, I guess news anchors here, that actually hold politicians' feet to the fire. Not nearly enough, but far more than like in the States.
Crime was committed. The accusation for Mr. Poilievre, who in a matter of weeks or months could run an election and be prime minister, is that the RCMP leadership covered up for the prime minister. That's a very direct accusation about the leadership of our national police force. Do you have evidence of it?
Well, as I just pointed out, there's direct evidence of an attempt by the prime minister, a sitting Liberal prime minister, to interfere with the attorney general's carrying out of her duties. That audio was released. I listened to it on I believe you probably have too. And that is what I would point to. That when the RCMP says, "Oh, there's no evidence,"
like of course she has. She's in the media, and that was a massive story for way longer than it needed to be.
Of interference. It's like, well, sorry, what more do you need? There's other cases where the Justin Trudeau's illegal acceptance of a private holiday that the RCMP chose not to investigate. So there's a lot of examples where senior Liberals have been caught breaking the law or attempting, or at least what a reasonable person would say. There's evidence that should be explored.
And that's all. Politicians, the Conservatives, the Liberals, like just look at the Conservative premier we have right now, who is just up to his neck in corruption. Like yes, the Liberals have done corruption and probably committed crimes. Justin Trudeau is a war criminal. But so have the Conservatives. I'd be fine with actually giving them all the same treatment. Like, that's why there's a judiciary in our branches of government, is that everyone... Oh, hello, No Justice. We got more pawn jumpers in here. Welcome. We're just bitching about Andrew Scheer, our Conservative, because I just finished talking about Mark Carney, who is our Liberal leader. He put your Keir Starmer to shame, actually. He's like the better-looking identical twin of Keir Starmer. But we have a judiciary, and it's supposed to be that we're all equal in the eyes of the law, yet our politicians get away with so much more than the average person could ever imagine or dream they could get away with. And so I'd be fine with, like, let's just apply the law evenly. Let's just do that, Justin Trudeau, war criminal. Let's treat him like one. Let's send him off to The Hague. Let's do that. And then all the crimes that all the conservatives are involved with, let's get them actually, paying fees and stuff like that. Because the thing is that, and Kevin Logan, holy, welcome. All these pawn jumpers. Super appreciate it. Here. Just to keep you all in here for a minute. See, I drew Owen Jones. Because you're more likely to know who he is. Okay, I'll hold it up a little bit longer. Yeah, I think they should all suffer the same consequences under law, because I was talking earlier about dealing with the issues that are driving a lot of people who become desperate to do the crimes, and let's deal with that, as opposed to Mark Carney now wanting to hire 1,000 more RCMP officers, more border security people, all of that sort of stuff that doesn't actually help fix the problem. Because it's a lot of societal issues. It's the mental health that we don't get treatment for. It's universal health care that we need. It's all of this sort of stuff that a lot of the people who commit crimes on the average person level is doing it out of desperation. Whereas all of these jackasses, let's put them back up on the screen. All these douche canoes up there, they're doing it out of sheer greed and being because they're psychopaths. Like, it's just, they don't need to do what they're doing, and they'd still be wealthy, but they want to be wealthier. And so they're doing all the corruption. They're staying in the pockets of people. They're doing all these backroom deals and stuff because they just want to be wealthier. They're not doing it out of desperation. They're doing it out of greed. And they are the ones that should be going to the jails, that should be suffering through those programs, not the people who get thrown in jail because, they were desperate and stole something from a store because they had nothing else. They needed food. Or for the people who were doing drugs in public because they don't have proper housing. Those are not the people that deserve to be behind bars. These politicians damn well do.
And the RCMP chose not to.
No, but the RCMP did choose to explore that evidence, and they have testified
Well, they chose not
to the fact
they chose not to proceed to the point where
public statements. Wait a second. Public statements on record saying that they were not able to obtain certain cabinet confidences. So why is that a cover-up? Isn't that the fault of cabinet at the time or the government at the time? Shouldn't your ire be directed at the political level and not at calling the leadership of the RCMP despicable and covering up for a prime minister?
So I'm just going to cut it off there because pretty much just goes to show that we still do have some news anchors here that will push back against their blatant lies. And oh my God, there's over 100 people watching right now. Thank you so much. This is like the most I've ever had watching at one time. Yay. Thank you everyone for tuning in, all you pawn jumpers. Earlier in the stream, I covered the No Kings. I also covered some stuff about the hostages being released from Gaza, and how our foreign affairs minister and our prime minister were all like, oh, the Israeli hostages are released. Good day for all, without mentioning a single goddamn thing about all the Palestinian hostages that are still currently being held by Israel. I also covered some embarrassment of our prime minister going down, and how many licks till the sole of the boot? Well, until the sole of the foot. Mark Carney knows, because he went down and kissed Donald Trump's ass so much his lips have been stained orange. He has been such an embarrassment to this country. And right now we're just going over a little bit more federal news in how Mark Carney is absolutely a conservative. There's no shades of gray about that one. And we're just about to get into some stuff about Pierre Poilievre, the official opposition leader. And then there's also some provincial news to also go over. And one of the worst... Okay, Alberta usually takes the cake when it comes to transphobia, but I was not expecting this from BC. Some of the MLAs there, holy shit. The clips of what they were saying on their House floor, they should not be allowed to get away with that level of blatant lying and just absolutely garbage transphobic rhetoric. And sadly, I wouldn't be shocked if that came from Alberta, but the fact that it came from BC, wow, it's really bad. So we'll be getting to that in just a little bit as well. So for all you people who are here, thank you again so much. That's 3 raids in one night. Thank you, Pawn Jumpers. Super appreciate it. Yes. I have a book that people can buy. It's a vampire horror. Yes, I'm going to plug myself now. I love this book so much. There's going to be sequels and prequels. If you like my politics, you'll love my book. It's available on Amazon. And it's October, so perfect time of year for this. I'm on Blue Sky and Twitters and all that sort of stuff. Boom. There we go. So you can follow these ones down here for my art and my writing, and then these ones for my political stuff. And you just saw a glimpse of my art. This was my first attempt at a hyper-realistic portrait, because if you go really close, you can see I actually drew in like the pores of the skin. And so I do commission portraits. So far, my only customer has been my mom. Also, you can become a member of the SandBox, and I have a Patreon. It's all linked below. And I have a video that's pinned to the top of my YouTube page that explains what you get if you become a patron or a SandBox member. And that is, you're helping to support an inclusive leftist community, because I'm somebody who lives with poverty, as a lot of my viewers are. And I find that there's often barriers between being able to fully engage with content creators I like that are on the left, and to participate in getting information and, just even participating out in the real world and whatnot. And it feels very exclusionary, and it can be very isolating that you want to be part of these communities, but you simply cannot. And I don't want my SandBox to be one of those places. And so everything, all the content and stuff will always be available to everyone. But if you become members, what happens is I will get under less financial stress. And when I'm under less financial stress, I'm able to make more content. So there will be content that is made courtesy of members. But then it will be available to everyone, because I do not want anyone to feel excluded because they do not have the financial means. And if you do have the financial means, thank you. There's also an Amazon wish list. But absolutely do not spend any money on my channel, on my wish list, becoming a member, unless you have it to give. Absolutely. I do not, if you are struggling in any way whatsoever, keep it for yourself. I do not want somebody spending like their last $2 to send me a super chat. That is just, no, don't. Make sure that you're taken care of first. That is paramount. And then, if you have a little extra, I'd appreciate it. It really would, because I've hit some hard financial times, and, car repairs of over $1,000 are needed right now. And I do not live in an accessible city, so I kind of need that if I want to participate in society. But also, the 5-year anniversary of my YouTube channel is coming up on November 1st. And what I would love is everyone's support and help getting me over 10,000 subs by then. I know it's like in 2 weeks and I'm a couple thousand away, but it's doable. And part of the way that would be doable is if you bug all of your bigger lefty content creators to have me come on. I have not yet been on a YouTube channel that is bigger than mine. All the YouTube channels I've gone on were channels that were smaller than mine. I've not been on a bigger channel. I've had bigger channels come onto my channel, but I have not been on a bigger channel. And so I'm wondering, who's going to pop that cherry? Super appreciate that, but like, subscribe, all of that sort of stuff. Share it. Like, if you don't have money, liking, sharing, all that sort of stuff super helps. Engage in the SandBox. What side is it on? It's on this side of your screen, isn't it? The SandBox. It's on the opposite side for me when I'm doing this. So it's on that side. Engage in the SandBox. That helps it in the algorithms. All that sort of stuff. Okay. I have not technically been on Majority Report Soul Life. I've called in and I've done a shit job every time I do because my autism and phones don't work well. Vicky Clee, thank you so much. Sandy, I'm trying. And that's why No Justice and Cabaret into you frequently now. Yes, and I appreciate it. And I check out their content, and everyone should go check out their content. Also, My Left Eye rated me earlier in the evening, so go check out their content as well. I love this cross-pond solidarity. Been working towards more cross-border solidarity with us in the States, but when it comes down to it, you pond jumpers, we get each other because we know what a prime minister is. We know what first past the post means. We know what it's like to have somebody run on a completely liberal platform and go completely right wing as soon as they get through the door. We get each other. We get each other. I know how this works. Our systems are very similar and we're going through a lot of the same things. So cross-pond solidarity, cross-border solidarity, that's how we do it. Okay, yes, we technically share a king, but we get a little bit, okay, a little something that some of you might not know. So we've had the queen on our coins, of course, but we're, I think, the only one? We might be the only one under the monarchy where she's not wearing a crown in the later versions because she realized, yeah, these connects don't really like me. So the approved coinage that she did not have a crown as a way to kind of give us a nod that, yes, I understand you are only putting up with me because it's a pain in the ass to get rid of me. I don't know about the king yet, if he has this crown on, because I haven't seen any of the newer coins yet. And that's also why when we participated in the No Kings rally up here in Canada, they changed it to No Tyrants, but I'd be totally fine with them saying No Kings, because I'd be totally fine not being part of the monarchy. I'm too autistic to appreciate royalty. Okay, we should probably get back into it. But super appreciate everyone coming out. So we saw enough of Andrew Scheer. Let's get back into Pierre Poilievre, the PP, the one that it's all about. Well, we'll get into it. He's just an absolute embarrassment as well. So I had just gone over earlier how Mark Carney here is going to be spending 1,000 new border service agency people here, more crime bad. Oh, here we're going to be hiring lots and lots more of RCMP personnel. Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the R surprisingly not standing for racist. So he's doing all the things. He's doing all of the conservative things that Pierre Poilievre wishes he could do. He's a far more better conservative leader than Pierre Poilievre ever would because he's a whiny little bitch. And so even with all of that, here he is bitching about Tamara Lynch and Chris Barber, who, as he says, peacefully protested the imposition of emergency measures that the federal court found to be unlawful and unconstitutional. So what he's talking about is the Freedom Rally, the trucker rally that happened in Ottawa. It closed down that city for 3 weeks. It caused damage to people's mental health, their hearing, because of all the truck horns blazing. It violated people's safety. It harmed people's businesses. It was an occupation for 3 weeks. It was not peaceful. And it was not about the mask mandates, because the vast majority of truckers out there were fine with all the COVID restrictions that were, getting vaccines and stuff like that. It was the CEOs, the people who could actually afford to be off work for 3 weeks, that went to the Capitol and occupied it for so long. And do I agree with what Justin Trudeau did to end it? Not necessarily, but also it was because the municipality and the provincial government failed to act. That kind of forced his hand on that, because it needed to stop. And the provincial government, Doug Ford, was doing dick all about it, except going to his cottage. And the municipal government, all the fines and traffic tickets they could have been handing out to people, they just didn't. They just didn't, because there was plenty of footage of all the cops being like, we'll join you later at the rally type thing. So many videos about that way back in the day. So Pierre Poilievre continues to say in his whiny, pathetic voice, instead of pursuing rapists, drug dealers, and other monsters, the Crown sought lengthy prison sentences. Justice Perkins McVeigh rightly rejected the Crown's request and sent Tamara and Chris home to their families. We must get to a justice system that ensures security and freedom of all Canadians. I wish Chris and Tamara peaceful and happy lives. So, they're okay with people who have hit rough times, who maybe robbed a store, did a home invasion when people weren't home, who got into drug dealing or something out of desperation. They're fine locking them up for years, maybe even for the rest of their life. Who knows? But people who went and occupied a city and made life living hell for almost a month, they're just standing up for their rights. They should have never gone to prison in the first place. Yeah, it's funny how the Conservatives are always like, crime and justice, bail reform, except for this group of people here that we like. Because, here somebody just pointing out, and here we have it, the federal leader of the opposition embracing 2 individuals who have been found guilty of crimes. So it's not like they weren't guilty. They were absolutely guilty. Clearly, he believes there are good crimes and bad crimes. Jail but not bail is subjective in his view, and that is exactly the issue that we're dealing with, because he's fine being around some of the worst, because no, where's the picture? I have the picture. Darn it, where's the picture? Was it this one? Yes, okay, I forgot to hit one back, because remember, this is who Pierre Poilievre is. So somebody's saying they terrorized Canadian citizens, cost our economy billions, harassed healthcare workers, occupied our capital city, and you're a piece of shit and will never be prime minister. You have always been against Canada, always, and you wonder why you lost your Ottawa seat. So he ran in the last federal election, lost his own seat. That's how bad he was. But this is just a reminder of who he was back when he was campaigning. He stopped at one of these Freedom Convoy offshoots, because even after the Freedom Convoy officially ended in Ottawa, there were still offshoots all over the place. And he stopped at one, and this rectangle here is highlighting a diagolon symbol, because diagolon is a right-wing, fascistic, racist, misogynistic group here in Canada. And he was getting all chummy with them in their trailer. Yeah. And also, die worker guy would probably look at this outfit and throw up. But that's who Pierre Poilievre is. He's a NPC for the right wing. He doesn't have his own thoughts in his head whatsoever. It is all just a non-player character. That's all he is. He just does all the right things. And that's why Mark Carney is able to get away with a lot of what he gets away with, because the Conservatives are looking at Mark Carney like, he's the leader we want. He's pushing the policy that we want, and he's getting it through. And he comes across as competent, and the Liberals are silly enough to think that he's on their side. But this is who Skippy, Pierre Poilievre is. Also, whiny little bitch, because here we have, sign here, NDEI, restore the merit principle. because that's what they're all about. DEI should be dismantled and mediocrity should be restored. Sign here. Says the guy who lost his own fucking seat. He lost his seat when he went to run as an MP after being in that position for over 20 years. And part of the reason why he lost that seat is because since he was running to become the leader and the prime minister, his riding actually got to hear him talk. They actually found out who he was, because normally his conservative riding would just vote conservative. But then once they actually found out who this douche canoe was, they're like, we're not going to fucking vote for him because he's a moron. So then what did he do? Well, like everyone else who wants to be a leader, they need to have a seat in the House if they want. Like they don't have to have it, but if they want to participate in the system, they need one. And also, he was living in a mansion that was only available to the leader of the official opposition. And so should he lose his title as leader of the official opposition, he'd be kicked out of his mansion that has servants. So he'd have to go and live in one of his other properties. He's a landlord. So then what he did was he's like, okay, let's look at the map here. This riding in Alberta that I've never once stepped foot in before voted conservative for over 80%. 80% voted over 80% voted for the conservative. So we're just going to bump that guy out. He now has a lobbying job just like that. His own choice. Absolutely his own choice. And I'm just going to parachute in and take that riding. He didn't get as many votes, but he still got a crap ton of votes because it's fucking 80% riding. And so now he got to keep his title as leader of the Conservatives. But it wasn't through merits. It was because of DEI that he got it. It was what he did. It was how he was so pathetic. He lost his seat that he had to kick out one of the best performers for the Conservative Party to claim his seat. And here he is, bitching about DEI and merit. Yeah, he is not one to talk on that. No, pathetic Poilievre. Is there something back? Yeah. Rachel Gilmore just saying, I don't see color as ideology. Yeah. And the thing is, again, Mark Carney, very conservative. And here is Pierre Poilievre bitching about something after the fact that it's not needed. He's done this a few times already where he's like, we need to cut the tax. And Mark Carney's like, yeah, on it. Did it. Carbon tax gone. We need to cut the capital gains tax. Yeah, Mark Carney's like, yeah, got it, done it. We need more police. Yeah, did it, done. Can see, did it. We need. It's like, it's almost as soon as he says we need to do blank, Mark Carney's like, so I just proposed this legislation. I just did this. I just did that. And Pierre's sitting there like, let me get something in. Let me have a win. Let me have a win. Because here he is whining about DEI. But Leah Gazan, just pointing out again, Mark Carney did that already. He did. When he got rid of certain minister roles. He got rid of what would be considered law DEI. And so Leah Gazan is just saying, today I and NDP Labour critic Alex something wrote to Minister Patty Hadju urging Liberal government to amend Employment Equity Act to include Black and 2S LGBTQIA+ workers. At the time of rising attacks on DEI by hateful actors, we must push back and ensure no worker experiences discrimination or harassment. He also got rid of the Minister for People with Disabilities. And so people with disabilities, people like me, are now lumped into this. The Minister of Labor. Yeah. So they got rid of disability. They got rid of 2S LGBTQIA+ stuff. They got rid of a lot of stuff that focuses on women and whatnot and Black and brown people. They did that. They just said, you know what, we're going to take that and we're going to just throw it in here so that we don't actually have to focus on it. Mark Carney's already done it. He's already done it. Pierre Poilievre, you're a little bit late to the plate there. So Leah Gazan is just saying, we are writing to urge your government to modernize the Employment Equity Act to include Black and 2S LGBTQI plus workers, among other long overdue changes. It has been decades since the EEA was last updated and 2 years since the government committed to act. At a time when diversity, equity, and inclusion are under attack by Trump administration, Canadians expect the government to stand firm in defense of these values, not to continue delaying a promise to marginalize workers. The NDP has consistently supported modernization of the EEA. In 2020, we introduced Bill, Black and 2S LGBTQI workers in Canada deserve so much better than Liberal inaction. 2024 report commissioned by the Black Executives Network described the federal public service as a cesspool of racism. The report outlines appalling examples of harm caused by racist work environments, including a Black woman experienced chronic depression and suicide attempts following ongoing harassment. Many Black public servant reported racist slurs, sexual harassment, and even threats of physical violence. The federal government has also a well-documented history of homophobia, biphobia, and transphobia in the public service. The LGBT Purge class action settlement awarded $110 million to compensate those who faced decades of unjust treatment across the military, public service, and RCMP. The Prime Minister issued an apology in 2017, but apologies and promises alone are not enough. Only proactive legislation change will ensure workers are treated with dignity, free from discrimination, and have equitable opportunities for employment and advancement. Black workers face disproportionate barriers. Only 40% of Black youth are employed compared to 52% of Canadian youth overall, and Black Canadians earn just 75.6 cents for every dollar earned by a non-racialized workers. Trans and non-binary workers experience stark disparities. Only 42% of non-binary and 45% of trans Canadians over 25 have full-time employment compared to 73% of Canadian average, and just 28% earn above $50,000 annually. I'm non-binary. That's this flag there. Although since I present female, I can't really say that that's a barrier to me, but I am queer and autistic, living with disabilities. So, yeah. Poverty. Gay, lesbian, and bisexual workers face persistent inequities. Bisexual men and women earn about 37% less than heterosexual men. Lesbian women earn 21% less, and gay men earn 16% less. They are also more likely to face verbal abuse, discrimination, humiliation, and are 5 times more likely to experience sexual harassment than heterosexual workers. So failing to act on employment equity will not only worsen these harms. As the NDP critic for women and gender equality for labor, we urge you to act swiftly and introduce long overdue legislation to bring Canada's workplace to the 21st century. So, yes, Mark Carney, Pierre Poilievre, you can stop your whining. Mark Carney's already on it. He's giving you the conservative world that you want. You're just mad you weren't the one to deliver it. Also, again, talking about merits, anyone this stupid about politics shouldn't be the leader of the official opposition. This was from, October 14th of this year. It's not the first time he's tweeted out something like this. Not by a long shot. Nazi socialism, Soviet socialism, narco-socialism, and all other forms of socialism move at different speeds but always to the same destination, impoverished hell for the many and special powers and wealth for the few. Also known as capitalism. Only freedom, free speech, free enterprise, and free choice empowers all to fulfill their potential and live good and great lives. He's been corrected on this so many fucking times. Because, again, this is not the first time he has tweeted something like this out. He knows this is a choice. It is a choice to stoke up his base, to make them angry, to get them all riled up, to use these key phrases. He knows Because if he is stupid enough to believe all of this, then, yeah, so much for merits. Getting you into power. Here's Eve's Angler saying, I support socialism over capitalism. Jeremy Apple saying, hey, remind me, what are the first and second verses of Martin's, I don't know how to say their name, famous poem? Who did they come for first? The Nazis and Soviets were socialists. They were dictatorships, authoritarianism, not socialism. Destroyed freedom. Maybe Pierre Poilievre should learn the difference. Socialism is when workers own the means of production. That is why the ruling class wants you to hate and fear it. Socialism is the people. If you fear socialism, you fear yourself. Fred Hampton. The only people claiming the Nazis were socialists are either dumb fucks who don't know history or fascists who want to rewrite history so people don't associate them with the Nazis. Which are you? So at least he's getting a bit of pushback in that. But yeah, not the first time he's done this. Not by a long shot. What's this one? We don't really need to go over this one. But, you know, you pawn jumpers probably can relate because it is all just theater. What they're talking about, I don't really care, but it is just the annoyance of they can't talk.
To push $1 trillion of private
because as soon as he's done talking, his entire side won't shut up so that there can be no discussion during question period.
Sector investment out of our country. How is he going to look those Canadian auto workers in the eye and tell them how he got nothing for them in return?
I bet a lot of you thought I was exaggerating when I said he had a whiny little bitch voice. Now you know. He does. I wasn't exaggerating.
Turn.
Yeah.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is a sad day in this House when the Leader of the Opposition suggests that standing up for the defense of this country, when the Leader of the Opposition suggests that spending to defend our borders, that spending to defend our fulfillment in NATO, that is backing down on defense. We will, shame. Now, we have...
So I'm sure you're all very aware of that. The Speaker of the House really should be doing something about that. You know, but they're not. They're not doing their job. I should be Speaker of the House. I tell all of them to shut up. But yeah, it is just theater. Nothing gets done in those. And it's all about clickbait. It's all about shutting down the other side. It's so frustrating that it's just become a pony show for the politicians. And meanwhile, the lives of the everyday people are deteriorating. You know, we're suffering under this. So it'd be nice if they actually stopped representing the 1%. But that's the thing. Pretty much every politician is part of the 1%. The smallest minority within government are people living with poverty who actually get through the door. I don't think there's anyone who's lived with poverty that's gotten provincial or federal seat. Just trying to think. Ever. I don't think so. But it's needed. It is absolutely needed. Okay, so I can close these tabs because my computer is breathing heavy, which means it's struggling again. And next on the docket, it's going to look like we're talking about Mark Carney again, but we're not. And we're going to be talking about people interested in running for the NDP leadership. So, over across the pond, your Labour. Very disappointing from what I gather. And so now your Green Party is picking up steam. And there's also the Your Party that's happening. You have no idea how fucking jealous I am of you right now. I'm not being sarcastic. Because we don't have that over here right now. We have the NDP, which would be the left-leaning party here that's having a leadership race. That would be nice, but nowhere near the enthusiasm or momentum is going into this. Like your Green Party, it's picking up steam. And I wish we had something like that here. I wish we had a leftist party that is really getting into the headlines. Like we'll touch on one candidate right now that I'm really intrigued by. But I've talked about this before, why it's so much harder to do this sort of thing in Canada than it is in the UK, because, you know, here's Canada with this population. Here's the UK with this population. We're too spread out, and it makes it harder for us to get organized that way when you need to be able to connect with the community. Because if in England you want to have a protest and you want to have 100,000 people show up to that protest, it's fine. You know, you're all within transportation distance easily. If we want to have a protest in Ottawa about any given issue, you get a few thousand people showing up because they have to live within like a few hour driving distance there, which is not that many people when it comes down to it. Because if you want somebody in BC, Alberta, or Manitoba, Saskatchewan, most of Ontario, most of Quebec, the Maritimes, the territories to participate, they need to be able to afford to travel there. They need to be able to afford to take the time off work to go there. They need to be able to afford to stay somewhere while they're there. It's not as doable to have that show of support. It's not as doable to travel around to the different communities to pitch your case, because it takes a lot of resources, time, and money in order to be able to do those things. So it is much harder to get that cohesion, to get that type of unity, to get that enthusiasm, that momentum going when it's so scattered. And I would love to hear ideas about that and how to overcome that massive barrier when it comes to organizing in Canada. I'm open to suggestions. But first, before we get back to this, let's check the SandBox. See what people are chit-chatting about. Shemekely. Yes, it's Shemekely, not Shemekely. Shemekely in the SandBox. Welcome. Saying, I know for a fact I didn't vote for Carney for him to get all tough on crime. What a bastard. Yeah. Well, the people who voted for him were the Conservatives. They voted for Pierre to be what Mark Carney is. So the Conservatives ended up getting what they wanted in this election. And the amount of, again, liberals that still just have their head in the sand about who he is. For those of you who are joining later, I covered it in the first part when he was like totally kissing Trump's ass in the beginning, and how there was this body language expert in this article saying, he was so stoic and strong. See how he's leaning? He was doing a lot of serious active listening. That was the best that they could come up with after seeing that interaction. Because the headlines were, Carney leaves Washington yet again without any deals on trade and tariffs. But you have a body language expert. He was masterful in his active listening. Let's see. So life, yeah, Carney did to liberals what I said we should do to the right. Go mask off as leftists once you're elected. Be nice if we had anyone playing those games. Let's see. So life, they locked me up for a week over an empty plastic baggie, and they were looking for under it a microscope trying to get more charges. I lost everything. The damn thing was in between bills I was given. Yeah. They don't think about any of that when they just, even just taking somebody out of their home, their job for a day can just be absolutely devastating, because they could lose their job, they could lose their housing, their connections, everything. All for what? Because they stole diapers? Just totally destroy somebody's life because they're already desperate. Your Gibson prison industrial complex is so fucked up. Thanks, America and Israel government for that. We have our issues here too, because our prison system is very similar to our healthcare system, where there's a lot of public-private things going on. So they're publicly funded, but they're privately run, which means that the privately run, they still want to get their money. So our license plates in Ontario are made through prison labor. Do you think they're getting paid a fair wage? No. The phones that people have to pay for to use in prison can cost them $20 a phone call. You know, they're nickel and diming people who are already behind bars for everything they have. So these private institutions still want to make money because they're private institutions. It's just they're given a lot of public money to do their profiteering. And it's the same with healthcare, you know. Oh, well, your surgery should be covered under public health care, but you have to go to this private clinic. And then as soon as you go to the private clinic, they're like, so we can give you this surgery, but there's this much better surgery that is more accommodating to your particular needs, but you have to pay, or you have to pay to get this extra, or you should pay for this, or you should pay for that. And a lot of Canadians that maybe don't know their rights when it comes to what they should and shouldn't be paying for will end up just paying for it because they don't realize they shouldn't have to. And so they're constantly upsold in these public, in these private healthcare centers that are publicly funded. Let's see. Free the Yorkshire 1. Welcome to the SandBox. In the UK, you get arrested for holding a piece of cardboard saying, I support Palestine action. Yes, I have covered that. Lots and lots and lots. I oppose genocide. I support Palestine action. Yeah. Just, I covered a bit about that earlier today. Oh, I don't have it. I closed the tabs, where they're winning some court cases around that. So you can go back at the beginning of my stream when I start talking about news. I talk about that. If it hasn't been covered yet over on your side of the pond. Flow Snake. What the fuck? Helena, Kevin V. The next thing, Andy Carter's going to turn up. In a joke, don't worry, no hate, lol. I don't know what that means. 56 Nick Rich. I had a buddy that joined the RCMP in the early 80s. He loved it. In the sticks with nature most of the time. He said his time doing protocol sucked bigly. Rich P. Mr. Carney, how many licks does it take for ass to taste good? Yeah, I usually say, because there was this old commercial that said, how many licks till you get to the center of a Tootsie Pop or something like that. It's called a Tootsie Pop? I don't know. But it used to be like, how many licks till you get to the center? So now I say, how many licks till you get to the sole of the foot? Well, Mark Carney knows. Styx Dragon, left of the box. Hey, I'm trying to jump back. I still have French Canadian name. Hermeteorologist, yes, and garbage here in BC. Whoa, that story. Yes, you have to search the title of my book, Necroplasm, or you can click the links below. The links below would take you to the Canadian one, I think. So you have to make sure that you're doing it from whatever country you're in, so that you actually get it from your country as opposed to like ordering it from Canada. But yay, over 1,000 people today. That's like huge. Free the Yorkshire 1. Also saying my power chair just cost £2,000 in repair. I think that's pounds. I don't know. I don't know your currency monikers yet. In repairs, all other bills are currently ignored. I'm sorry to hear that. A lot of our medical equipment isn't necessarily covered either. It depends, because I'm on disability, provincial disability, so it will cover some things. But as soon as I get to the age where I get moved on to CPP, Canadian Pension Plan, what happens is I'll get more monthly, but it doesn't cover anything like that. It doesn't cover medications, medical devices, or anything. So people are often worse off once they hit that. And then even under Ontario disability, some things are covered, some things are not. And you need it. You need it for quality of life. You need it to get around. You need, in order to participate in society, to live a fulfilling life. You need these things. They're not optional. Vicky Cleese, you wearing cat ears? Not on our coin. Talking about the Queen and stuff. Let's see. J.K. Sandy was excellent on this space the day of the CK shooting, a very dignified lefty. Yes, I've posted that video to my YouTube channel. Also, while everyone's here, I did a video about Charlie Kirk. I posted it on Charlie Kirk National Day of Remembrance, which was actually a real thing in the United States, October 14th. The video I posted was one of my video essays, so not just a clip from a live stream. It's a fucking good video that is criminally underviewed. I need that video boosted. It has humor. It has a lot of emotion. You're probably going to get mad in it, but you'll probably also laugh. I put so much work into it to get it out on that day. Please go check it out. It's on the video tab on my YouTube page. It's called Charlie's No Angel. Watch it, share it, like it. It is criminally underviewed. But then I also posted when I was on this space. So this space, it's a different YouTube channel with the goal of someday becoming a 24/7 YouTube channel. But right now it's just 3 days a week for set times. And it's supposed to be all different sorts of lefty content creators covering all sorts of different stuff. I have a regular slot, 4 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays. And the day of the Charlie Kirk shooting, I was the first one to go live after the news broke. So I got to cover that raw. So you can see that too. But please, please, please go check out my Charlie Kirk video. I put so much work into it. It is, if I do say so myself, top notch and should get more love. There's some jokes in there you're gonna love. Needless to say, I will never be able to travel to the United States ever again. Also, I have an X marker on my passport, so I can't. Yes, Hermitroll. Just Canadian coins called the loonie and the toonie. Eh? Flow Snake, speaking of Charlie Kirk, which nobody was, to be frank, I see the Tiger Smart has come up. Another defense against Dagger video I need to watch to see if he talks sense. I can do it later, lol. Don't know what that means. Yes, please, please, please go check out my Charlie Kirk video. Keir Starmer gets a mention in it. The reference frame, that's so stupid. I feel embarrassed to be the same nationality. I think you're talking about PP at that point. Oh, the social Nazism, narco-socialism, whatever that was. Darren Jam Rock, welcome to the SandBox. Would inviting guests from Nova Media from the UK be a good fit for your show? I'd be more than happy to have them on. Hello, B-Cat. Posting the link to the video. Very helpful, thank you. Okay, so let's get back to it. Get the right earphones on. Also, for those of you who are new to the channel, I have cats, and sometimes they come on screen, and they're adorable. One is sleeping over there right now. Okay, so this one is not about Mark Carney, but it sort of is. But just because we're going to see. This is how he talks to the Conservative government of Ontario, Doug Ford. And dropped by at Ford Nation's home in Etobicoke today. We spoke about getting major projects built, our government's plan to toughen bail and sentencing laws, and our measures to support workers and industries affected by tariffs. It's all Conservative speak there. My thanks to Premier for his partnership. Together, we're working to create more certainty, security, and prosperity for the people of Ontario. What about him privatizing our education and healthcare? Did you talk to him about that? Because that's what he's doing. He's privatizing our healthcare and education, something that, you know, the federal government should be cracking down on. The Healthcare Act should be preventing that sort of thing. But nope, just talking about all the capitalist stuff that you love to talk about. So that's how he's talking about some provincial politicians. But here's Heather McPherson. Now, she's running to be leader of the NDP. She is currently the only sitting member of parliament who is in that leadership run. There's other people running for the leadership, but they don't have a seat in the House. She's the only one that has a seat in the House because the NDP were decimated after the last election, like the worst showing ever, which I predicted, unfortunately. But this is how I like them to talk about the provincial politicians that are just pieces of shit. There's not enough of this. I would like to see more of this, of federal politicians actually calling out Conservative governments for the bullshit that they're doing, as opposed to just sitting down and playing nice. No, call them out for what they're doing. So Danielle Smith and the UCP are embarrassment. They don't care about our kids' education. Alberta teachers deserve better. And so the teachers of Alberta are on strike right now. And here's her pointing that out.
Protest looks like when the Premier tries to take the rights away of 51,000 teachers.
Now, it'd be better if she was standing in that picket line with them versus just driving by, but we'll get back to her in a moment. I have featured her on my channel plenty of times. She has been a really good MP. I don't want to see her as the leader for reasons we'll get to. So just a little bit more so people know what she was talking about. Striking Alberta teachers refuse to engage in talks that exclude pupil-teacher ratio. The association representing 51,000 Alberta teachers who have been off the job since October 6 say they have been asked to return to classrooms voluntarily and attend talks where class size caps and pupil-teacher ratios were off the table. So can you just go back to work and not negotiate for everything you want? Could you do that, please? Huh? This strike is going on because of the government not paying teachers what they deserve, not giving teachers enough support. This is 100% the cause of the government. The teachers are not at fault for standing up for their rights, because when the teachers are properly supported and paid, they're much better teachers to their students, and the students get a much better quality of education that way. So as classes were canceled for the 9th day for about 750,000 students, Alberta Teacher Association President Jason Schilling said teachers turned down a request to attend enhanced mediation meetings that would prevent teachers from taking any job action for a month. So could you please just come back and we'll talk, but you're not allowed to talk about these things. And also, if you do come back, then you can't go back out on strike for a month. Can you do that? It's like win-win. Yay. Schilling said the association won't participate in what he said was a process based in favor of employers, adding that he found the proposal insulting. This is one of the driving factors that teachers have been pushing for, Schilling said at a Friday news conference. They've been talking about the fact that their classrooms are overcrowded, that they do not have the resources to meet their needs for their students. And this new conference, in response to Friday afternoon, Premier Danielle Smith, Albertans should fully expect legislation forcing teachers back to work during the week of October 27th, should the parties fail to reach a deal by the time the legislative session starts. So, if Danielle Smith, Premier of Alberta, is out there announcing she's going to force them back to work, what incentive does that give to the bargaining? If they just hold out long enough, the teachers will be forced back. This happened with the pilots not too long ago. And the pilots, the Canadian pilots, they were flight attendants, not the pilots, the flight attendants and stuff. They fought back and they held out and they held strong. And as soon as they, the CEOs realized that they weren't going to buckle to pressure from the government, they got to bargaining really fast. They should not be able to force them back to work. The government should not be able to do that. And so she says, we don't want to be impacting the ability of the kids to start planning for where they're going to go to university and blah, blah, blah. Then bargain with them properly. Give them a fair deal. That's all it would take. That's all it would take. Give them a fair deal, fair pay, all that sort of stuff. Now, back to Heather McPherson. I've shown this before, but she's repeated it. I think she was talking to somebody else when she said this, but she says the same thing. And this is where the disappointment comes in. Because she's running to be a leader. I've featured her plenty of time, pro-Palestinian, has spoken out on plenty of issues. Really good. It feels like she got the same, what are they called? Advisors that Kamala Harris got after she became a candidate to become president. Because it's like before that, Kamala seemed almost promising, but then all of a sudden she seemed to change as she got these advisors and stuff that told her, this is the focus, tested, means thing that you should be doing that will win people over, win them over. And it feels like Heather has just gone down that same rabbit hole where she's gotten those exact same advisors to be like, this is what the people want. This is what our focus group said. These are like the key phrases here. The word cloud. We picked these out of the word cloud. Remember those? Yeah. So you just put these words together and the people will love you. And meanwhile, it's having the complete opposite effect. So, and she was so proud of these talking points. She posted it to her own Twitter account. And I think you can see it right here. We don't need to change our values. We need to change how we talk about them and who we talk to. Does that put up a red flag for anyone else? And a couple weeks ago, I read a tweet from Leah Gazan, who's actually pushing back against this rhetoric. Because all this says is, we're going to throw queer people under the bus. We're going to throw DEI folks under the bus. We're going to capitulate to the right wing to try to both sides things because we need to talk to them. We don't need to lean into our progressive values. We need to lean away from them. That's how we do it. We're more inclusive by excluding. That's what we hear with this type of speak.
We need to go where people are. We don't need to change our values. But we do need to change how we talk about them. We do need to change who we talk to.
There are some values you probably need to change, as in going more boldly progressive. Let's do that. Those are some values you can change that are easily within what the NDP used to be when they were founded as a socialist party. Lean into it. Change your values for the progressive good.
This is the party that started with rural farmers and urban workers, and we need to be talking to those people again, and we need to be listening again.
So just to walk me through, we've made our party smaller, is what you said. I get the prescription of what you want to do, but how did you end up in that situation? What were the steps or the choices that were made or not made that led to the party becoming smaller?
You know, I think that sometimes there are folks across all political spectrums, but particularly within the New Democratic, that can have a bit of a purity test.
If that purity test includes things like to us LGBTQIA folks should be treated as equals, respect our pronouns and things of that sort, that we should have the medical help and access to medical like does that include us? Does that include things like DEI, or is that a scary word suddenly? Like what is this purity test? Because yes, there are purity tests for progressives, but it's usually things like you gotta be against genocide, and not just genocide that's happening in one place, but genocide that's happening in every place. You gotta be against all genocides. Yeah, you gotta be for equal rights, not convenient rights. You gotta be willing to fight for things that are unpopular because you know it's the right thing to do, because you have principles and morals and consistency. Is that the purity testing we're talking about, or are you just mad that somebody said, "Oh, could you correct your speech about this?" Some, superficial, oh, what's it called? Culture war issue. That doesn't mean anything. So we have that from her, but there's somebody who has jumped into the race that I had never heard about before. He's not a politician. He's a union guy, dock worker. I don't know how we do it, but we need more of this out there. This is what I want to hear. Again, he has music on in the background. I don't know if I'm going to get a copyright strike from it. So if you're watching this after the live stream is over and you're not seeing the video, please just go look it up. I'm sure it can be found on YouTube and other medias other than just Twitter. This is what I want to hear. Like, this is where we could get the momentum. This is where I see, like, the UK, you have your Green Party and stuff, and you have all these great speakers. I want this guy. I've never heard of this guy before, and he looks like Santa Claus, and he's jolly and stuff too, but what he says here, I want more of. I want to hear this loudly. And he says it quite loudly, actually. Wherever this guy came from, I want more of this. I want to build momentum and energy around him. As I say, I'm not endorsing any candidates in this. I want to try to interview all of them. So far, the only one that I've interviewed is one that hasn't officially applied to be leader yet, for reasons that, if you know anything about the NDP, makes a lot of sense, despite how much he's getting picked on for it. Do I agree? So I've interviewed Yves Angler. Do I agree with everything he has said? Absolutely not. No. But I think it's important to have his voice in the discussion, because he'd push them further. Because he said something during the interview that I highlight that made my eyebrows go whoop, when he said we need to start expropriating these properties from these greedy landlords. And I'm like, yeah, I'm for that. So he could push the party further in some areas when it comes to housing and whatnot to get them more boldly progressive. But when it comes to things like NATO and Russia, don't talk to him. Because those you probably won't agree with. So I absolutely do not agree with everything he says. But you see, I'm not purity testing. And if some of the things he says turns out to be as bad as what people say they are, then I think he's a bit, like, I would absolutely not agree with it. But I think it's important to still have his voice in the game. And since I have tried to become a candidate for the NDP, I know the barriers he's up against. So I know why he's doing the strategy he's doing. He's explained it multiple times. It's just there's a lot of people who simply do not like him. But this Rob Ashton guy, I want more of this too. Mix this in with expropriating properties, and whew, you got me going. You'll get me going. This is what I like to hear.
When I say a working Canadian or a working class Canadian, I don't mean just somebody that goes to work every day. I'm talking about marginalized people. I'm talking about people that can't go to work for whatever reason. I'm talking about Indigenous people in this nation. I'm talking about members of the LGBTQ+ community. I'm talking about people that have disabilities.
He said it. I was, like I said, I'm hoping to be able to interview him on my channel. And one of the things I was going to ask about specifically was this, because he's constantly talking about workers and workers and workers, and you hear that all the time. But what about the people who can't work, or are often discarded and left behind and not included in the conversations? They never talk about us because we're not a worker. But to say that, no, I'm including you in with this. You are a part of this. Just this alone makes him, I didn't have to ask, he volunteered that information. Because when I had the interview with Yves Angler, I had to ask him about disability. That wasn't something that he volunteered. And so just to have Rob here include this is great. This is great. Talking about Indigenous folks, 2S LGBTQ+ folks, all of that, all the people that are included in this worker bubble that he has. It's not just about people who can physically work, but it's about everyone. It's like, thank you. Thank you.
That's the working class in this country. And everybody has a right and deserves to walk around with their heads held high and not told that they're less because they don't look like me. This is our time.
That short clip, so that's like 40 seconds long there. Oh my God, it gave me goosebumps, because just something as simple as being included in the conversation. You don't get that from a lot of the leaders, from a lot of the people that are doing this. But to be able to say that, it just, it doesn't, like, that's how sad it is. It doesn't take much to be an absolutely incredible leader, because there's such a deprivation of it, that seeing any bit of it is like a ray of sunshine. It's, so somebody else who has now jumped into the race. So we have AV, oh my gosh, I can't remember his last name off the top of my head. I'm horrible with names. Who actually, their team got back to my emails saying that they're looking at scheduling and stuff, so they'll think of me later, so I need to send them a reminder. So I might be able to get, Avi Lewis. I might be able to get an interview with him, and I want to get an interview with all of them. Heather McPherson is one. Rob Ashton is one. Yves Angler is sort of one, but we also have now Tanil Johnston running for NDP. So Tanil Johnston, a social worker and city councillor for Campbell River, BC, has launched her bid for the federal NDP leadership. A news release says Johnston is the first Indigenous woman to seek the party's top job, and that she's ready to bring fresh energy and real progressive change to the party and to Canada. Johnston was the NDP candidate for North Island, Powell River in 2025 federal election, but lost to Conservative Aaron Gunn. Oh, that guy was a piece of shit. He's horrible. Oh my God. Covered him a fair bit, because some of the Conservatives running in the last provincial election in BC were shit. And we'll get more into how shitty some of them are in the next docket. Absolute horrible genocide denier, conspiracy theory brained person. So Jagmeet Singh resigned as party leader. Yeah. So Union Leader Job Ashton, Alberta MP Heather McPherson, and documentarian A.V. Lewis have already thrown their names in the leadership race. So this is also Tanil's website here. so proud. I'm no idea how to say that. Woman from Wewake First Nation, a dedicated social worker, mother, and bold new voice for the future of the NDP with over 14 years of experience. She serves as Director of Community Programs with First Nations Health Authority and as a City Councillor in Campbell River. Tennille's leadership is rooted in action and advocating for equality, building healthier communities, and pushing for institutional change. She's not here to play it safe. She's here to build a movement grounded in grassroots organizing and justice. So I am looking forward to hearing more from her. So some of her key priorities: diverse and affordable housing, equitable access to healthcare, protecting the environment, free and accessible post-secondary education, increasing childcare spaces across the board, meaningful and proportional electoral reform, yay, electoral reform, better public transit and alternative methods of transportation, increasing the representation and participation of Indigenous persons in local, regional, provincial, and federal decision-making. So I will be reaching out to her team as well to see if she will come onto my show. I'm still like a little teeny tiny channel, but it'd be nice if they gave me a chance. So this is something not related to this, but again, it's just the barriers that people living with poverty and certain educations and stuff have to face when you're trying to get involved. And so I watched this video from Rachel Gilmore a little while ago. Rachel Gilmore is a wonderful independent Canadian journalist. Everyone should go check out her work. So she says, you know how local media is getting decimated as disinformation floods in? Well, my friends, Canada's National Observer has created an incredibly cool new tool for keeping an eye on local politics. And it was this civic searchlight, which meant that you could just go into this database and search across board meetings from cities and stuff for information. And it'd be super helpful for research. And I'm like, yeah, I'll sign up for that. Because, yeah, it could help when I'm doing research for my live streams or for a video essay and stuff, because I'm politically minded. And they got back to me saying, yeah, we're only talking like journalists and educators right now. I don't make the cut. I don't make the cut. I'm not taken seriously as a political commentator on YouTube. Let's see. What was the exact thing that they said? Oh, no, it'd be under this one. So in the first phase, we are opening apps to journalists, researchers, and government staff members. Yeah. So it's disappointing because, again, I don't like Rachel. She does wonderful work and stuff, but I don't have the same level of access. Like, she's already interviewed some people regarding the NDP and stuff. And because she's been a journalist for ages, worked in Parliament Hill and stuff, I don't have that same level of access, which is, it's frustrating because I think somebody like me asks different types of questions. That's the thing. They should be interviewed by a whole bunch of different people because I ask a different type of question for a different type of person that would want to know certain things. And it's important to have wide-ranging conversations and not just one centered around, the talking points, certain political messaging, and that's it. It's nice to have somebody who thinks outside the box. To the left of it. Left of the box. Also, something a little fun before we move on to provincial news. Here in Canada, we have a Supreme Court. And there has been something that has been both a source of mockery and a source of pride in Canada. And it's going away. Because I think we mocked it too much. I'm like, no, don't. New Supreme Court Canada judicial ceremony robes revealed. This is what we were. We were Santa's helpers. And we mocked the shit out of it. But we also kind of love it because now it's just Americans with red stripes. It's no fun. Where's the fun? This is beautiful mockery. This is quaint. This is adorable. I love this. I loved pointing it out to laugh at. Versus this. This looks like a black tennis ball with red stripes. Like, there's something this actually looks like that's ringing a bell in my head that I can't think of off the top of my head. But really? You want us to look like just plain old tablecloth instead of these beautiful outfits? Because you look at that and then you just know this is Canada. We can't get rid of... These are our classic... You can't mess with the classic unless you're going to make it into another classic. These are just boring. They're not classic. It's like LED rope stripes down their black robes. This is no fun. And I agree with Brandon here. I swear I'll stop calling them Santa robes if you bring them back. Please bring them back. But Die Worker Guy is like, this is war on Christmas, and also saying, I'm sorry, but I really had no idea this is how Canada's Supreme Court dresses. No, and now they never will again. You can't take this from us. This is part of our national identity. Don't. Sorry, I'm sorry I pointed it out to the American audience every time it came up. I'm sorry, okay? Can we have it back, please? Can we have some good things in this country, please? Oh. Okay, we're going to get into some provincial news next. Close those. Yeah, close those. So we got BC, Alberta, and then a whole docket on Ontario that we'll be going over. So the BC, Alberta one is not that long.
A group of
Oops, stop your auto playing. But fuck, are they horrible in BC? I thought Alberta was bad, but... Okay, let's check what people are saying in the SandBox before we get to that. So again, welcome all you pawn jumpers. BCAT is just saying correct, Sandy. I have no idea what the context is, so sure. Yuri Gibson, our teachers are still dealing with children with their mental health problems, COVID, and still not getting paid a living wage. Grr. Yeah, same thing here. It's the same thing. So Live LOL, John Idarola is on Kat's podcast, so I asked about TYT whitewashing. Tucker Carlson in chat was like, "Grr." Yeah, my TYT video. It's a project. It'll be a year in the making by the time I get it out, but damn, it's gonna be thorough. If you watch my Charlie Kirk video and you see how detailed and thorough that is, there was about 40 clips, video clips I used in it, about 80 graphics. In the YouTube playlist that I have for references for my TYT video, there's over 150 reference videos, which means some of those videos can have multiple clips from them. And that's just the ones that are on YouTube. That doesn't include the ones that I clip from Twitter and other sources. Just to give you a ballpark idea of how much is going into this fucking video. And Yuri also saying, and the schools are falling down because of bloody Blair, PFI, finance, hate the war criminal. Here our schools are falling apart because of the provincial. I don't know if it's the same breakdown in the UK, but, you know, they get money from the federal government, but it's the provincial government that spends the money, and they're doing a very piss poor job of it. People not trusting Kat if she didn't ask him about him. But it could be that she just didn't know. We don't need to get derailed talking about TYT yet. We can do that at the end. Because saying we're all starving for decent leadership. Hello, Scouts is taken. Welcome to SandBox. Let's see. I think people are also upset about the robes going away too. The Wild West, Santa R.I.P. Yes, those robes were great. You know, I mocked them, but it was from a place of love. Mozart, they look like judges would work in like a Tron universe. I think that's kind of where I was thinking, yeah. And welcome to the SandBox, Mozart. Yeah. Yeah, no, I already miss it. I already miss it. Speaking of kitty cats. We have a Lanier. Say hi to everyone. My little orange guy, he is such a brat. Oh my god, this cat tests me some days. He's just 2 years. I guess he'd be about 2.5 now. Yeah, it's a working relationship right now still. We're still working things out. We're still working things out. How this cat is still alive, I'm not entirely sure. And yes, he just loves sticking his butt up in the air. At least this time it's pointed away from the camera. He's done it a couple times, like right, and I thought, no, don't flash the camera. Okay, let's get back to it. And I might need to go grab another drink because I'm all out. So I've been covering a fair bit about Danielle Smith wanting to shove pipelines through BC, even though BC is not her province. Her province is Alberta, and she's doing a piss poor job with that, but she's like, I want to do these pipelines, and, you know, like, BC's in the way. Maybe we should have, like, redone the map when we had the chance so that we would have access to the coastline so we could totally send these pipelines through. Oh, First Nations are in the way? Oh, well, that's not a problem if you know who to ask. So, from the breakdown, AB, if you want to follow Alberta news, this is a wonderful channel to do that. When challenged on her pipeline with the reality that First Nations leaders in the area of her proposed pipeline have already categorically rejected it, Smith responded saying that she's already picked the First Nations group she wants to listen to. So it's all about, yes, we have to consult, but, you know, these ones agree with me, so I'm going to consult with them. I know they don't speak for everyone, but I only want to speak to the ones that agree with me. Well, that's not how she sounds, but that's how you will imagine she sounds from now on.
Following your announcement, a group of First Nation chiefs came out saying, we don't want a pipeline coming our way. We don't want, not now, not never. How do you go forward from there?
Well, you should go talk to the other First Nations chiefs who said the opposite. I mean, we've been supported by the Indian Resource Councils.
It's like, well, I asked my one set of parents and they said no. So I went to the other set of parents and they totally said yes. So I'm going to listen to them and not them. Only we're talking about this isn't Canadian land that she wants to push these through.
Stephen Buffalo is the chair of that and part of our Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation. We also have support from Dale Swampy, National Coalition of Chiefs, who's also a voice from the community that wants to develop resources. So we have to remember that there is not unanimity in any province. There's not unanimity among any nations.
I want to mock her pronunciation of that, but I can't because I'm sure you've all heard me try to pronounce it.
And it's our job to do the consultation and do it right. And so that's part of the reason why my Indigenous Relations Minister, Rajan Sawhney, has already visited Port of Prince Rupert, begun the conversation with leadership. I think she's called 24 chiefs already. And we wanted them to know that we believe that the only way this will get built is with significant Indigenous ownership. And we have the ability to help underwrite that. And we'll see where the conversation goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm going to talk to only the ones that agree with me. And so here she's also saying, well, and this is a parody site, if BC won't let me do this, then I'm totally going to go to the United States and say, hey, can you help me out with this? Would you do this? Because it looks like I can't just do whatever I want. I can't just, put these pipelines through Indigenous land and also like BC and they're not going to let me, and I'm spending already like 14 million taxpayer dollars on this, even though it's not set, but I'm already doing it. So maybe, hey, remember me, Americans? I kiss your ass all the time. Could you please?
You said last week when you made the announcement about being a proponent for the initial phase, it's a test of whether Canada works or not. And kind of in the same vein as I'm asking about labeling David Eby as un-Canadian, like why take it to that level? And ultimately, if you're going to make that kind of threat or ultimatum, like what happens if you get a no on this? Does that mean that Canada doesn't work? And what does that mean that you do in response?
Well, I can tell you that Albertans are questioning whether Canada works. And I'm not telling anything you don't know. There's a very active group that thinks Canada's broken. And so I suppose...
That group being primarily her. She's the one that's constantly talking about Canada being broken.
I could just go down to the United States and start working with American counterparts to see if we can build more pipelines. They've expressed an interest in restarting the Keystone XL. And I suppose we could maybe sell another 1 million or 2 million barrels a day additional to the United States. But I believed the premiers and I believed the Prime Minister when they said they wanted us to work like a country, that they wanted us to open new markets. And that's what I'm doing. In goodwill, I am going and building the case. That's why I was in Quebec. It's why I'm in Toronto tomorrow. It's why I'm in Ottawa. And it's why I'm going to continue traveling the country, is that when I heard my fellow premiers say that we need to start addressing issues that will allow us to work together to tear down internal trade barriers and get our products to market, this is what it looks like, is that we have hard conversations about the things we need to build. And if it doesn't work, then I guess I'll have to work with the United States. But that then is a failure, in my opinion. That's kind of is a failure of the exercise. The whole reason why we've had this recalibration in Canada in the last 8 months is because people are nervous that we are too reliant on the United States. So changing so that we become even more reliant on the United States seems to be a failure.
But we're still going to do it anyway because, I got to get these pipelines through, even though I know it's destroying the world. And there's no longevity in it because, soon climate change is going to get so bad that we'll have no choice but to have no pipelines. And it's not like this money actually goes back to the province. It just goes back to wealthy corporations. But still, it's not like we should be diversifying our energy needs and getting other type of renewables resources in. We should be focusing solely on these pipelines. And so if I can't do it with BC, then I will reluctantly go to America because it's not like I don't fucking kiss up to them every chance I get. Now this here. Oh, is it this one? Okay, it's that one. So this one here is about... Oh yeah, the fucking license plates. So... Here in Ontario, when Doug Forsberg got into power, what he did was he wanted to put his name on everything. It was a big branding exercise. And so he had new license plates designed for Ontario. I kid you not, you could not see them in the dark. It was a dark blue license plate with light blue print, and on street lights at nighttime, it was all one shade of blue, and you couldn't see them in the dark, and so they didn't exist for very long. And it was just a multi-million-dollar vanity project. And so what does Danielle Smith do? Well, we have like all these crumbling school systems, our healthcare is going to shit. I know. Why don't we spend money on redoing our license plates?
And I mean, you say this is the fun event, but I mean, there's a lot of other priorities in the province right now. There's like 25 communities where there's ER closures, bed closures. There's 700,000 students out of classrooms right now. So why?
Those should probably be the priorities. Just spitballing here. I'm not a politician, so I wouldn't know for sure, but those sound like they should be priorities.
Again, to Jeremy's question, like, why was this the priority right now?
Well, government doesn't stop because you've got important things that you need to do. You figure out how to do the important things, and there's important things in every ministry.
Yeah, everything that reporter just asked was all important stuff that's not being dealt with.
Every single person who drives on the road has to drive a license plate. And so we have to make a decision on what that license plate looks like. And so this is the timing that worked out. The minister's been working on this for some months. And so we wanted to be able to get an answer so that we could be able to roll out the new design in the new year.
So here's the thing, though. People already have license plates. It's not like you need to redesign them right now and put your slogan on them. It's not like anyone will be harmed if you hold off on this. It's not like there will suddenly be no license plates. But there are students with no education right now. There are people with no doctors right now or access to some of the medical help that they need. That seems a little bit more important than updating a license plate, which doesn't need to be done because they exist. The cars have license plates. You don't need to focus on that right now. But just a little bit more. Albertans get to decide province's new license plate design in tournament style vote. Yeah, they can vote for one of 8 designs. I don't care. The new designs will include the slogan "Strong and Free," which is Alberta's motto. Yeah, Doug Ford put his motto on our license plates too, which I really disliked. It was like building better, or I can't even remember. Bringing business home, only like a couple words, like building better or something stupid like that. And so basically in here, she's trying to argue, it's our provincial motto. Let's not be shy about it. Like they're saying that, no, just because we use it as a Conservative Party motto doesn't mean that we're putting our slogan on it. It's also part of the national anthem. It just happens to be the same as our motto. Yeah, they're totally branding them. So Nally says the expected implementation cost, the new plates, anywhere between $25,000 and $50,000. Nah, the price always goes up. It always goes up. Now, this next video of her is pretty fucking funny. So people were talking about TYT, and I said, okay, we're not going to talk about TYT, but we're going to talk about Anna Kasparian for just 1 second because this is a wonderful comparison. So you ever notice how when some people are talking about like, oh, you know, content creators who are all about true crime and complaining about homeless people and blah, 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 blah. And Anna will immediately be like, how dare you talk about me? And you're like, what? No, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about, no, you're talking, you said homeless people should be taken care. How dare you're talking about me? You know how Anna does that from time to time? She does that. Where it's like, you're talking about, you know, homeless people, unhoused people, and crime. And you're talking about like true crime and suburban wives and stuff like that. And she'll be immediate like, you are putting a spotlight on me. You're making me the center of your world. You're making this all about me, as she is making it all about her. Well, I think this is actually kind of worse. This is kind of worse. So, Dallas Brody, when I was focusing on the BC provincial election, I talked about her. She is a genocide denier, horrible, horrible piece of shit person. This is kind of funny. So today, the premier called out racist comments by a former Conservative staffer, and Dallas Brody just assumed he was referring to her.
When we hire staff, we hire them for their qualifications. And I assure you that you will never find anyone hired by me that is an active residential schools denier that promotes racism and hate.
You're talking about residential school deniers? How dare you talk about me like this on the House floor?
What you will find is us hiring people who are qualified, skilled, and bring an ability to do the job and get the job done for British Columbians.
Member, after the question period, please.
Yes, I have a point of order to raise, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at section 40 sub 2 and 40 sub 3 of the standing orders. And the first one is disrespectful or offensive language forbidden, that's sub 2, and irrelevance in debate, that's sub 3. The Premier has repeatedly referred to me as being racist, denialist, and hateful. He takes shots at me sideways whenever he can, and I'm not accepting it anymore.
How dare he talk about me because he mentioned residential school denialism and racism? So he's definitely talking about me. How dare he do that? I'm going to be so self-righteous about this.
Unacceptable language in this House. I could call him lots of names, believe me. But I'm not taking this anymore. And I would like a declaration from the Speaker about whether people can call each other names in this House anymore. Thank you.
Premier.
How dare you call me a name by accurately describing what I do and what I'm like?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I feel like I should be paying the member rent for the amount of space I'm occupying in her head. In my answer, I was specifically referring to the staff member that was hired by the Leader of the Opposition who was fired recently for being a racist residential school denialist, properly fired, by the way. I congratulate him for taking that appropriate stand. A little late, but he did take it. I support it. But you wouldn't find me hiring people like that. If the member thought I was talking about her, perhaps that's her issue.
Ooh, that is embarrassing. If they could have any sense of shame. Yeah, but you see, she's also a raging transphobe, this woman. So, we're going to get into some transphobic content here. Unfortunately, I know it's a bit of a tonal shift, but speaking of Dallas Brody, she also did this. And so the source is just pointing out schools don't gender transition anybody. It's between a child and their doctors and parents to discuss, not some weird pervert who wants to be involved in a conversation about strangers' genitalias. So here she is. This is her account. A BC school is gender transitioning an 8-year-old boy without his father's consent. I raised this in the House, and the NDP Attorney General, Nikki Sharma, called it a conspiracy theory. This man's case is currently in court. I even spoke with him this morning. I don't know the details of this particular case, but at 8 years old also, a child is only socially transitioning. That's it. No medications, nothing, just socially transitioning. And since she is saying father as opposed to parents, I'm gathering the boy or girl lives with her mom. And her mom is being supportive of her transition, but the father is against it. And so there's probably a little bit of a battle going on about that right now over who gets say over the medical care of the child. And so my guess is the mother is supporting her while the father is a raging transphobic bigot. And it's probably then a very good thing that she's not with him, would be my guess. So immediately Dallas would take his side on the case. That's just my guess. I don't know the details of this particular case, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's what it is.
Just this morning, I spoke with a father who's here today, who is fighting to protect his 8-year-old son. His boy was encouraged at school to believe he was actually a girl. Teachers used a new name and pronouns and kept it secret. Now,
But who is the child's guardian? Is it the father or the mother? Or a different guardian altogether? If they didn't tell him, there's probably a reason, and this is probably a good explanation as to why they didn't inform him. But the idea that they're even socially transitioning the child without any sort of guardian approval, yeah, no, that's not happening. So I'm guessing she lives with the mom or a different guardian and that they're being supportive of her. That is my guess. And don't worry if you accidentally misgendered her at the beginning, because when you read this and you hear it, it's easy to make that mistake. But yeah, my guess is she lives with her mom. And the mom is supportive. The mom most likely knows as well. And the father wasn't told because the father is a raging bigot.
now a psychologist is already discussing puberty blockers despite having never met the child.
That's a lie, because the child is 8 years old. The child ain't on puberty blockers. Or, if the child is 8-year-old and they need the puberty blockers, then they damn well need the puberty blockers, because that's a little early. So, either the 8-year-old is on puberty blockers because they're going through puberty way too early, or they're not on puberty blockers and you're just fear-mongering.
My question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Premier. What do you have to say to parents who are justifiably enraged by the reality that under your direction, schools are transitioning children behind their backs?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Spreading disproven conspiracy theories.
I hate how they have to do this, how they have to play this word game, spreading disproven conspiracy theories. Because on the House floor, you're not allowed to say, she's lying. This is just an outright, you're not allowed to accuse the others of lying. You can't do that, even when they're blatantly lying.
To spread fear and misinformation that targets vulnerable kids when those decisions should be made by their parents with the love and support that they provide them and the doctors. I think I've spoken before about how we really disagree with this type of politics. And we're really sorry that to all those people out there and the families out there that are going through this and supporting their loved ones, and the kids out there that are hearing this, I'm sorry.
And I do appreciate what she said at the end. That just, this is harmful for any trans child out there to just hear the way that she's talking about it. And it gets worse from a different member. But, it is about the child's well-being, and none of this is done on a whim. There are far more children who need to transition that don't, because they don't have supportive guardians, they don't have access to the medical care that they need, the physicians, they get signed off. Like, there's all these hoops they have to jump through. There are far more who need to transition that aren't, than any made-up theory they have in their brain. And so this woman here, Tara Armstrong, even worse. So this person, Maggie May, says, can you believe this lying piece of trash? I worked at school. You couldn't even give a student a Tylenol. But according to this lying piece of trash, surgeries are being performed in the principal's office. Yes, this is, there was that fear-mongering down in the States too. Like, oh, they go to school one day as a girl, they come back as a boy. No! Again, the amount of hoops anyone has to jump through in order to do these sorts of things is very cumbersome and very difficult. And there are a lot who need to that can't. The idea that they're just showing up to school one day and getting everything taken care of is absurd. And to fearmonger on that is just, it is demonizing trans folks. It's demonizing the people who are trying to support trans folks. And spreading these absolute lies, it's harmful. And so this person says, my bill would stop schools from transitioning children behind their parents' backs and protect them from harmful drugs and surgeries. That's not happening. That's not happening. Again, I'm suspecting the case that they're using is probably the father doesn't know because the father is, a bigoted piece of trash. But the idea that this child is transitioning without any sort of parental guidance, yeah, no, that's not happening. It's not. You need to have the doctors, you need to have the guardians, you need to have psychiatrists all on board in order for this to happen.
Social, British Columbia.
So just again, this woman is a horrible piece of trash. Yeah.
Is sleepwalking through the greatest medical scandal in modern history. And it's our kids who are at risk. In BC today, doctors are causing irreversible harm to children with puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries. These interventions...
Surgeries aren't happening on children. Very, 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 very rarely there is a top surgery performed, but that can be performed on cisgender or trans children for various reasons. No bottom surgeries.
Rob children of the human right to grow up with their bodies intact and to one day have children of their own.
There are ways about going through transitioning that will still allow you to reproduce because that is their biggest concern. So some people will choose to transition in such a way that they don't necessarily go on cross hormones right away and stuff, or they have semen or eggs put in a bank for later type thing. Like there are things that can be done that if somebody wants to have a child, you could be damn sure that the doctors, that is going to be something the doctors care about, because there's a lot of adults that want to have their tubes tied where the doctors will pat them on the head and say, you might change your mind. You already have 3 kids, but you might change your mind. I can guarantee you the doctors are making reproductive issues. They're a focus. They are a focus.
BC schools add to this harm by socially transitioning children with new names and pronouns, often kept secret from parents.
Again, if it's kept secret from the parents, there's a reason.
Gender clinics in BC are even performing double mastectomies on healthy young girls by the age of 14. All because we fell for the lie, a lot of us did, that children can be born in the wrong body. It's not true, though. Every child is beautiful, just as they are. No drugs.
She's an ugly ass bitch. And I mean that her soul is ugly.
Drugs or scalpels are needed. Every jurisdiction.
So would you be against any child getting any sort form of plastic surgery? Ears pinned back, nose job, boob job to enhance the boobs, or a cis boy having them removed if he happens to develop them? How about no other types of surgeries either? So, if there's any sort of interventions, because if they're all born perfect, then why are you interfering with them at all? No, we know she is lying. They know, they don't care. They're just horrible, bigoted pieces of shit. They know. They just want to hate. They just want to hate and distract people. But absolutely, trans people exist. They've always existed. It's always been a thing.
Jurisdiction in the world that has conducted a systematic review of the scientific literature has found no credible evidence to support this practice.
And she's lying. Again, she's just lying.
So let's all make it stop. And this should not be a partisan issue. This bill will bring BC in line with the UK and other progressive European countries that have banned harmful and unscientific social and medical gender transition procedures from.
socially transitioning children have saved lives. It saves lives. It saves the lives of the trans children.
Minors. In our schools, it will stop them using the wrong pronouns, keep boys out of girls' bathrooms, and remove gender ideology from school libraries and curriculum. It will stop doctors from attempting to change the sex of minors. In short, it will end this unbelievable era of indoctrination and medical malpractice. Please join me as we restore sanity to this province and provide the loving care that every child deserves.
Does anything in her tone, or I'll be a body language expert for a moment, does anything about her tone, the way she's speaking, suggest that she's being loving, that this is coming from a place of love, that she's thinking for the children? Or do you hear that bitterness, that anger, that disgust in her voice? I expect that from Alberta. Not so much from BC, but, you know, Dallas Brody is a piece of shit, so. Okay, we have one more docket to go through that focuses on Ontario. But I do need a drink. I do need a drink. Okay, what I'll do is I will start showing the new ad that's costing $75 million while I go run, get a drink and stuff. But before I do that, check the SandBox. Yuri Gibson, I do believe a lot of what is happening with Anna from TYT is trauma-induced. There's probably some underlying bigotry and stuff there that got exacerbated from a trauma she endured. But as is, does not make it okay. Especially when she's going after such marginalized groups and stuff the way she is. And some of that will be not thought out, or there's a word for it when you something out during my TYT video. Something like thought out, but not thought out. Pulled apart or looked into a bit. There's a word for it. I can't think of the word right now. Oh, I almost had it in my head. Some clean, no, not cleaned out. It was something more like that. Flushed out. That's it. It'll be more flushed out in my video. I don't need this evil right now. BCAT discussing will end in children hurting themselves. Yeah. The Wild West, the dentistry industry is over because woke. Yeah. Schmegely, some cis girls need reductions in their teens. Banned? That's pretty much what they're saying without saying it. The Wild West, I think she could only have her natural hair color as God intended. This is my natural hair color. I like it. I do. Once dyed my hair black as a teenager. All it did was take out my natural luster. My bi is social transitioning, just dressing and acting like the gender they identify as. Yes, that's all it is. So different haircut, different clothing, sometimes a name change, so that it matches their gender more, and just referring to the child with the proper pronouns and stuff. That's all social transitioning is. Nothing else happens, especially before puberty, because before puberty, there's not that much difference between boys and girls when it comes down to it. But that's all social transitioning is. And then often puberty blockers are introduced at the onset of puberty. And that's more just to make the adults feel comfortable, because the children know. They know. Like, all the trans folks I know say their only regret was they couldn't transition sooner, because they know. So it's there just more as like checks, like extra checks and stuff, to delay puberty, to make sure, like to doubly, triply make sure that this is the right path. But you need doctors, you need your guardians, you need psychologists all to sign off on this before cross-sex hormones are put into play. And cross-sex hormones can have some effects on reproductive issues and stuff like that. But like I said, they can delay the cross-sex hormones. But if they get them during puberty, the difference between them and their cisgendered peers are almost indistinguishable, other than their sex organs, because their bone structure, their muscle structure, everything changes. And so what you're doing by denying them the ability to transition as teens is that they're less likely to ever be able to transition properly as an adult after they've gone through puberty. And it's very traumatic to go through puberty of a gender you aren't. So for a trans girl to have her voice deepen and stuff like that, for a trans boy to develop breasts and stuff like that, it can be very traumatic to start seeing this body and stuff appear that you didn't want. And but there's all sorts of precautions taken. It's not done lightly. But you know, as a child, an 8-year-old, that's all that's happening is different haircut, different outfits, different pronouns. Jamaica, I have a feeling their proposed legislation will only affect trans kids. Yeah, they usually try to do those loopholes. What are you getting into? Lanier. Stop it. Come on, down. Down. You're chewing on something. I know you are. Still working it out with that cat. The Wild West, they care about kids, but children being trafficked into plural marriage for decades in BC. Yeah. "56 Nick Rich. Most folks have no idea about transgender people, but them is the basic definition. Not them is the basic definition, yeah. This only affects a handful of children as well. Like, there's not that many. Like, we're talking less than 1% of the population. Because then there's somebody like me who some would consider being trans. I don't necessarily identify that way. I also have no issues identifying as trans, because I identify as a gender different than what I was assigned at birth, because I'm non-binary. But I feel like I didn't really transition because I kept my pronouns, my name, my appearance for the most part. Like, yes, I wish I could present more masculine at times, but I have no desire for hormones or surgeries or anything. Or if actually, there are surgeries I desperately want, but it's not to, it's to help look more feminine, I guess. But there are surgeries that would just be absolutely life-changing for me if I could get them. But it would be considered cosmetic, and so it's not covered. So I will continue to live in a body that I absolutely despise. But yeah, so some people would consider me trans. I'm not against identifying as trans, but I don't necessarily see myself as trans. But there's so few. To focus on them, and then it really, like, there are some states that have changed laws because of one child. Do you have any idea what that would do to the mentality of that child? To be singled out like that? It is just disgusting. Okay. So, we're going to start talking about Doug Ford next. I have some dockets about him. There's a new commercial that has cost $75 million for him to do because, of course, it's not like our schools are totally taken care of and our healthcare system is fine. No, let's just spend $75 million on this, despite the fact that he's almost, what, $750 billion in debt? Like, it's some ridiculous number like that. I don't know if it's that number off the top of my head, but it wouldn't surprise me. The amount of obscene spending Doug Ford has done, it is mind-boggling, the debt that he's put this province into. And so what has he done? Yeah, here's a new advertising campaign in the US. So it's not even for Canada. It's to advertise Ontario in the US. And it's another one. There was one earlier, like back in the winter or something like that, where again, he was spending tens of millions of dollars to put ads on American airwaves. Well, here's another one. So I'll play the commercial while I go grab a drink. So David Mosscrop here just saying, genuinely, I look forward to the inevitable investigation into these ads because, yes, this is absolutely ridiculous.
When someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports, it looks like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs. And sometimes for a short while it works, but only for a short time. But over the long run, such trade barriers hurt every American worker and consumer. High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. Throughout the world, there's a growing realization that the way to prosperity for all nations is rejecting protectionist legislation and promoting fair and free competition. America's jobs and growth are at stake.
Yeah, that's what you need in Canadian ad is Ronald Reagan. Because of course. It's just the amount of wasteful spending from this government. It boggles the mind. Absolutely. So Richard Southern, who is reporter for City News, here's the television ad. Premier Ford says government spent $75 million taxpayer money on. Features Ronald Reagan in 1987 radio address on the perils of tariffs and rejection of protectionism. It will air on most major U.S. networks. This is absolute waste of money. Okay. The next one is a video. Oh, it might actually show. Okay. It's on YouTube. So I don't know how it's going to play because it's been really wonky for me tonight. But before I get to that, I have some chocolate in my mouth. Oh, right. I can play that while I'm doing that. I don't like chewing on camera. So I will hide it with my book while I'm chewing. But, so again, Doug Ford wins a lot of his popularity through being very folksy, dumping out the alcohol and things of that sort. But he also likes this facade of being tough on crime to the point where it just makes him a bully. And what he is doing in this, it's so wrong on so many levels, and it's not good to encourage other people to do this sort of thing, because it can lead into some very tragic outcomes. And so this is where he's talking about he personally stopped the shoplifter and was very aggressive about it and threatened bodily harm. But the store at one point said, no, we can't go after him. And there are reasons. There are reasons why store employees can't just go after shoplifters, because you don't know their state of mind. If They're high on drugs and could attack you. You don't know if they have a weapon. You don't know if they have accomplices. None of that. And there have been plenty of people who have been assaulted or killed because they've come after these shoplifters. Is the product worth a life? Is that particular piece of product that they sold worth a person's life? And that is the equation in it. It's not about, oh, crime is good and it can just get away with. No, it's about keeping people safe. And so to encourage people to just start running after shoplifters is, what's the word? I want to say inappropriate, but that's not quite the word that I want. Disingenuous, something like that. And dangerous. But here he is bragging about it. So let's see if this plays.
I pull in, I escape from my detail at 8 o'clock in the morning before they come, and it ticks them off. So I hop in my pickup and I want to go to Home Depot. It was on a Saturday. And I pull up and I wanted to get some plants. Actually, it was the weekend before the Prime Minister came. I wanted to get plants for the cottage, so I loaded up. And I pulled up right by the nurse.
Yep, wealthy man in cottage. Oh no. Somebody stealing from a store. I should hunt them down. Yep. Because he has nothing better to do.
Sure, I think the majority have been to Home Depot. So I pull right up, I load up all the plants, and I'm ready to pull out. And here's this guy with a backpack and, a bag. And he's walking out, and the store manager's yelling at him, come back. And the security guard's there.
Irresponsible. That's the word I was looking for. Sorry, thank you, Ethan. Irresponsible is the word that I was looking for.
And I said, well, go get him. We aren't allowed to go get him. And so he went around the side of where all the plants and outside the parking lot. So I was in my car. I said, screw this. I'm going after this guy. So by this time, my heart's beating. I'm ticked off. So I go racing behind. No one can see. And I pull up behind him and jump into the car. I said, buddy, what's in your bag? Nothing's in my bag. I said, buddy, I'm going to kick your ass all over the parking lot. Show me what's in your bag.
So threatening assault, great. Because again, I've covered on my channel the self-defense stuff here, and it has to be proportional. So if there's somebody who shoplifted, you can't threaten to assault them, because any sort of like self-defense has to be proportionate to the attack. And if you're not being attacked by the shoplifter, you're not allowed to go and beat the hell out of them.
Bag. And I did. I couldn't help myself. And so I said, buddy, come over here. And nothing's in my bag. And so we started now by this.
And also this idea where Doug Ford says, I couldn't help myself. I had to say I was going to assault him. I couldn't help myself. I was so heated. That's some anger management problems that he should probably have looked at.
Time the store manager comes and he's on fire. He's cursing and swearing. I guess I threw in a couple colorful language too. And so he's emptying out his bag. And all of a sudden, so he's saying, nothing's here. I said, how about your other bag? It's because he dropped it and heard a cling. And so he went in there and he pulled out one of those saw blades that you open up. Yeah. And you can use it as a saw blade. And the store manager said, that's what he stole.
So do you think this guy is, a crime empire lord? Running a big ring. He stole a saw. Or could it be because he's living with dire poverty and he needs this tool in order to help for whatever reason? Maybe he actually needs a saw for himself. Or maybe, he's going to sell it because he's in dire need of the extra few dollars that this would bring him. Is that worth destroying this person's life over this one thing? Again, crime bad, don't shoplift, not good. But is what's going to happen to this person proportionate to why he did it? Is he going to be a better person after the punishment? Or is he going to be worse off?
And then, we start saying da-da-da-da to the guy, and then I said, keep emptying out the bag. He pulls out some cutters, tin snips, and by this time, I'm in a pretty rage. I'm just in a full-out rage on this guy.
Anger management issues. And this is, again, part of the problem. Somebody gets into this, they get all riled up, their anger, their adrenaline gets going. And then what happens if you suddenly feel threatened, or your anger takes over and you end up beating the shit out of this guy? Like, this isn't something he should be bragging about. This is anger management issues.
And I said, buddy, you stole those too. And he goes, I swear to God, I didn't steal them. He said, look at the rust on them. I looked at them. They were rusty. I said, okay, those are yours. But the rest.
And there's the other issue. So what if the manager of the store says, oh, that person shoplifted, but they didn't necessarily narrow it down, and you think it's that person because they have a backpack, and you go after them and you harass them, you beat the shit out of them because you're all heated up, and it turns out that wasn't the person who potentially had actually stolen the thing. Like, here he is, Doug Ford. Oh, well, here's another tool in here that you must have stolen. When, okay, no, that one's probably yours. So what if the saw thing was his? What if he walked out of the store with it and paid, but for some reason something got miscommunicated and the store manager thought that he didn't pay for it? Like, also the fact that he has this tin snips that are rusted indicates that maybe he does actually need this tool. If he has another tool for maybe his job or something else he does, is this really the best way to treat him if that's the case? Like, there's false accusations that go around, and you can't just have vigilante justice going out there. You can't. Because who is just the average regular civilian out there to play judge and executioner? Like, there's no ending, or suddenly it's like, well, now you did this other thing that I think is illegal, so therefore I'm going to harass you about that. You can't just have this going all over the place, and Doug Ford is a prime example as to why not, saying his anger is almost out of control, accusing him of stealing things that were his property.
And then I went on to tell him if I ever see him in the parking lot, he's going to get a beating like he's never got before.
So breaking news, Badgers score 2-run homer, Toronto Blue Jays lead Seattle Mariners. Who get on Sports Channel. So just a little bit from this CTV news article here, why experts wouldn't recommend confronting shoplifters themselves like Premier Doug Ford. So the first part is just him talking about what we already did. So, yeah, down here. So he says, buddy, I'm going to kick your ass all over the parking lot. Show me what's in your bag. I couldn't help myself. That was one of his quotes. I couldn't help myself but to threaten bodily harm on this civilian. Though the Premier stepped in, is that right course of action for other Ontarians to take when faced with a shoplifter in action? Gail Super, Associate Professor of the University of Toronto, who teaches a seminar on vigilante violence, questioned Ford's proactiveness. In this case, Ford thinks that the right thing, the moral thing to do is to chase after the moral person who's stealing from Home Depot, Super said. That's a lot of what justifies vigilante violence, is because people are trying to enforce the law on one hand, but are doing that, they're actually breaking the law of, well, who can make an arrest and what kind of force you're allowed to utilize when making an arrest and who's allowed to punish. Not to mention that, yeah, Doug Ford sees this as a morality thing, and we're going to get into how, again, he's very unbalanced when it comes to who's breaking the law and who gets away with what. It's funny how he's okay with some law breaking, but not other law breaking. And again, it's the difference between, here's a guy who goes to the store, he's probably desperate. Again, it doesn't justify it. Don't go stealing. I don't recommend it. I'm not allowed to recommend it or endorse it in any way whatsoever. But we're going to get into a lot of his cabinet ministers who've been hit up for really bad speeding tickets. Like speeding that could have cost the lives of people. That Doug Ford's like, who cares? And those are from rich people who just wanted to save a little time, who already had lots of money, like they're breaking the law because of convenience. Whereas somebody like this guy at the store is breaking the law of desperation. There's a difference, especially when it comes to morals there. So when conducting a citizen's arrest, Canada's Justice Department notes there are risk factors to carefully consider before doing so, like whether a person's personal safety would be compromised. If there is reasonable belief the suspect is conducting a crime and the capability of turning the suspect over to police without delay once the arrest has been made. Then, if making a citizen's arrest, civilians must plainly state they are doing so and holding them until police arrive, avoid using force if at all possible, and not to question the suspect or search their possessions. So Doug Ford searched his possessions. Doug Ford held him without saying this is a citizen's arrest, which also can be translated to kidnapping. Of course, it's not as extreme, but it's borderline. If you're holding somebody somewhere against their will, that is a form of kidnapping. It's not as, the outrageous, it's not the what you envision when you hear the word kidnapping, but it is a branch of it. So Doug Ford had this person searched this person's stuff, held him in place, threatened bodily assault. Who's the criminal in this one? I wouldn't recommend it, but if you make the personal decision to do so with a lot of thought and a lot of caution, CTV News public safety analyst Chris Lewis said. Lewis, a former commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, says he may have done the same thing as what Ford had done in that situation, but doesn't recommend getting physically involved in a situation that could risk personal safety. I don't want the public at large to think, wow, this is what I'm going to do. 2, you really have to think about it and really assess your ability to help, Lewis said. Instead of jumping in, Lewis says Ontarians can still help by observing the situation, making note of the suspect's license plate and where their vehicle is headed, and getting a good description of what they look like so that those details can be provided to authorities. Yes, that's what you can do. And you don't put yourself at risk. And then the police can track down this person and find out if they are actually responsible for stealing whatever the manager or store employees thought was stolen. Toronto police echo Lewis's advice, telling CTV News Toronto in a statement that witnesses could also let store staff know what they saw and consider leaving their contact information with them. Keep a safe distance and contact police, Stephanie Maselli of the Toronto Police Service said in an email. There have been plenty of instances where somebody from the store has gone after a shoplifter and has died because the shoplifter panics, they're not paying attention, adrenaline is high, they get into their vehicle and they speed away without realizing the person's in the way. Things like that, it happens. Is that saw blade worth your life? Is it worth the life of the person that is stealing it? While Home Depot did not directly comment on what is store policies for staff in the event of shoplifting, a spokesperson said the safety of its customers and associates are first priority. As somebody who's worked in retail, they pretty much train you not to resist if you're getting robbed and to not chase after. It's a given because it's about your safety first. So they might not want directly comment, but it wouldn't surprise me if that is policy, that you're not allowed to chase after people, and that if you're being robbed, like at the cash or whatever, the point of sales, to not try to trick the person or do anything, just do what you're told, hand the money over, and try not to escalate the situation. So we value our partnership with local law enforcement to safeguard our stores and the communities we serve. Collaboration between the government, enforcement, and the retail industry is critical to development's sustainable system, blah, 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 blah. Toronto Police does not track shoplifting cases separately, as the person knows. These reports typically fall under thefts of 5,000. That said, there were more than 70,000 reports made for theft under 5,000 last year. So, this is a statement on societal's failure. Because if there are 70,000 reports of people stealing stuff under 5,000, again, this isn't part of like a theft ring. If people are stealing things that's worth $100, it's because they either need it or they're going to sell it for whatever few dollars that they can get because they're desperate. This is a statement on society that there's so many of these. Again, I don't endorse crime. Crime is bad. But we need to deal with the source of the problem, not just lock people away. And to have 70,000 reports made for theft under 5,000 in 1 year, that is a societal issue. It is a failing of society that these people aren't being helped in the first place, so they aren't as desperate as to go to a store, risk their lives, risk the lives of other people just to try to get by. And then Doug Ford will think he's the moral one for chasing down this guy. And speaking of crimes he doesn't care about, huge number of drop charges at Ontario courts amount to lawlessness, NDP says. Because again, Doug Ford underfunds the courts here in Ontario, which means that a lot of people who get charged don't see a day in court because they're too overworked, they're too overstacked. So it just doesn't happen.
Ontario's opposition is calling for change after a CTV News story last week showed hundreds of thousands of Highway Traffic Act charges in the past year never made it to trial.
CTV's John Woodward reports the NDP says letting that many people go unpunished amounts to lawlessness.
So here are some crimes that Doug Ford doesn't seem to care that much about. This we'll get into. Just warning, this next shot is graphic, but the person does survive.
That white SUV is running a stop sign on Shaw Street in Toronto straight into the path of a cyclist. The cyclist survived. The driver was charged, but months later, those charges were dropped.
The simple slap on the wrist of the Highway Traffic Act ticket and penalty is not even administered.
Part of a pattern that CTV News and W5 reported on last week. Among some 250,000 Highway Traffic Act charges dropped before trial.
Ontario's justice system is failing its basic promises of fairness, timeliness, and public safety.
Today, NDP Justice critic Kristen Wong-Tam highlighted higher rates when you include those charges withdrawn at trial. Nearly 9,000 careless driving charges, almost a third of the total laid. 9,300 driving while suspended charges, again almost a third. And 5,500 stunt driving charges withdrawn, or around 4 in 10. Put together, that's 338,000 charges that never see the light of day.
75% committed by Doug Ford's administration. It's a slight exaggeration.
More than 1 in 10.
If there are no consequences to offenses, there are no consequences to crimes committed, then we become a land of lawlessness.
Wong-Tam calling for better funding of the justice system. A prosecutors union saying they need more people to do the work.
Local 79 sees there being a staffing crisis in the prosecutor's office.
The Ford government pointing to roadside suspensions that police can lay directly. The governing PCs are also looking to remove automated speed cameras years after they passed laws allowing them.
So the Conservatives passed laws allowing the speed cameras, but now because it's affecting so many people and Doug Ford's staff, they're like, you know what, we're going to get rid of them. I've talked about this before, and I'll reiterate as we go around further my thoughts on the speed cameras.
I was really badly hurt. I had multiple fractures to my pelvis.
Anna Pratt was hit on her bike in 2022. The charges there were dropped.
I really was beyond disappointed. I was upset. I was angry. And I really felt that I had been completely ignored by the system.
A system that in hundreds of thousands of cases lets drivers who do things like this go unpunished.
So is that the work of somebody who's desperate, who is in dire need of help or money or something? Or is that somebody who's just feeling entitled and impatient that nearly cost that woman her life?
John Woodward, CTV News.
But Doug Ford seems to have more support and sympathy for somebody like her than somebody who's stealing a saw blade. So here's a little bit more on that. Ford government vehicle recorded at stunt driving speeds on Ontario highways. So this is not Ford himself, but within, like, people within the cabinet type thing.
To one of your cabinet ministers was recorded stunt driving 12 times. We understand that person still works.
Stunt driving 12 times. Is that person still working for you? Yeah.
For your government. Why?
Well, speeding's unacceptable, no matter who it is, and they're paying it out of their own pocket. Again, I'm going to repeat it, it's unacceptable. But I'll tell you one thing, if we put infrastructure in, no one's going to be speeding. It's simple as this. This is like a no-brainer. I can't even believe we're even having...
So just remember this. This is important. He says we need the infrastructure put in place, things like speed bumps. It's a no-brainer. This should just happen. Remember that for the next video.
This conversation. I have one solution that's going to eliminate speeding, and the other solution is let's have a cash grab. Let's continue getting cash off the taxpayers instead of a real solution.
The instance I'm describing, the government vehicle was going 162 kilometers an hour on a highway. They still, as far as we know, work
162 kilometers an hour on a highway. That is dangerous.
your government. You say that there are...
And also, I don't think that was a speeding camera that necessarily got that. Maybe. There's some on the highway. But yeah, because I'm not necessarily a fan of the speed cameras within municipalities because it punishes people who live with poverty at the same level as it would punish anyone else who has a lot of money for doing the exact same thing that pretty much everyone does at some point. If it's around a school zone, though, okay, I'm more inclined to allow them to stay there. But I do just see them as kind of like a cash grab if they're just up all over the municipality and there's no taking into consideration the person's personal situation. So if they're living with disabilities or poverty or anything of that sort, they're all punished uniformly, but it's a disproportionate feel to that punishment depending on who the person is. And so things like, being assigned volunteer work or something of that sort, community service, I'd be fine with for this sort of thing. But to financially burden somebody who maybe already lives with poverty, how does that help? Especially if it was, like, let's say, an honest mistake. You didn't see the speed sign change, so you didn't realize you were speeding, or you were just speeding a few kilometers over, like you have done 1,000 times, like everyone else does, but the camera is particularly sensitive in that one area, and you can't afford these tickets. Like, there are, one of the articles here does say, like, can't there be a compromise? I'm open to compromises, but I'm against just uniform speed cameras all over the place. And so is Doug Ford. That doesn't mean we're against it for the same reasons, because I'm against it for all the reasons I just said. He just says it's a cash grab because it's hurting a lot of his people. Because a lot of his people are ignorant assholes that don't care, are entitled, and will speed wherever they want, how much they want, which is usually far greater than I would ever speed, because I don't intentionally speed, outside of the range of normalcy here. But yeah, it is... There are differences in why we're against it, and I'm not against it in all situations.
Punishments, you say people face consequences, you're against speeding. What's the consequence in this situation? What are you doing that shows you are against speeding?
Again, it's unacceptable. I'll repeat that. There's many people speeding out there, and it's unacceptable. I do not condone speeding with anyone. But it goes back, if I put infrastructure in with the support of the municipalities, and God knows they've collected hundreds of millions, no infrastructure whatsoever. They're just pocketing the cash.
They're just pocketing the cash. There's no infrastructure. It's a no-brainer. We changed the infrastructure. And there'll be a video where all of that will be very important to remember in just a moment. But here, to the mayors asking the government to continue to allow cash grab speed cameras in Ontario, I have been absolutely clear the answer is no. So he's very, very against this. And just some people, how many speeding tickets have your daughters been dinged with? Apparently it's been quite a few. This this was about keeping cameras up in school zones. What do you have against keeping kids safe? And I'm fine with them being up in school zones, but just randomly all over the municipality, not so much. There needs to be other things I'd be fine with, like speed bumps and things to help keep the speed down that way. Not necessarily on a main street, that wouldn't work, but you know what I mean. So here we start seeing some of the reasons why maybe Doug Ford is so mad at this. Here are some of the automated speed enforcement tickets given to vehicles assigned to Ford cabinet ministers. Let's see. Posted speed limit. It's 40. They were going 56, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. 40, for those who don't know, in Ontario, is a school zone speed. If you're seeing 40, that is a school zone. So here's somebody doing 70, almost twice the speed limit in a school zone. That I'm not okay with. That is definitely wrong. And another video. So remember what I was saying about that other video.
Premier Doug Ford wages a battle against automated speed enforcement cameras. His government has griped about the impact to everyday taxpayers.
This is nothing more than a tax grab, taking millions and tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars out of the taxpayers' pocket.
Like, this guy should comment on that at all. And somebody was asking about how is he on wage theft. He's all about that. He'll take the employer side all the time, and just the amount of money that he has misspent and stuff, it is outrageous that he would be upset at his city doing a tax grab, especially when he just spent another $75 million of taxpayer money on ads for the United States.
But taxpayers aren't alone. It turns out several vehicles assigned to Ontario cabinet ministers have racked up more than $3,000 in charges, all of them caught by the same cameras the Premier now wants to eliminate.
Those cameras are there because people have been killed, because we don't want, kids to get hit, pedestrians to get hit.
Information obtained through Freedom of Information laws reveal roughly 20 charges over a 2-year period. They include a $450 ticket for going 70 kilometers in a 40 zone, a $227 fine for going 65 in a 40 zone, and another $110 charge for going 57 in a 40.
Again, those are school zones. 40 kilometers means it's school zones.
The government redacted information on which cabinet minister the vehicle was assigned to, and the vehicles are often driven by government employees, not the ministers themselves.
Yeah, somebody, Carrie Woods just saying bumps do help slow people down. Yeah, have speed bumps around school zones too. That helps. I'm fine. That would be good. That's an infrastructure thing. Wonder if Doug Ford can do something about it. Stay tuned.
But even if their staff's driving, you're going through a school zone. If I was the minister, I'd say to my staff, hey, slow down.
In a statement, the Ford government said, quote, any ticket or fine issued to a minister's vehicle has been paid personally out of pocket by the minister or staff member directly. The government asked,
which, again, to somebody that is part of his cabinet, it's peanuts. That's a night out for them, a cheap night out for them. $450 to some of these guys, it's nothing. It's nothing. It's not a penalty. It doesn't discourage them. It's just the cost of driving.
Adds that they expect all vehicles operated by staff or ministers to be driven in a manner that respects traffic laws and road safety. Critics say this is the exact reason why the government should be thinking twice.
Hopefully, when whoever, a minister or a driver or one of us, happens to unfortunately speed through a zone and gets a ticket, maybe that'll be the last time we do it.
Municipalities are calling on the government to strike a balance, banning them on main roads while allowing them to remain in school zones. Those municipalities.
So here's the important part. So again, I agree with that. Around school zones, sure. Main roads, not so much. But listen to what Colin is just about to say here.
Those municipalities also point out that the regulations that govern automated speed enforcement cameras are provincial, meaning Queen's Park can dictate exactly what happens from the revenue from those speedy drivers. Many mayors have been telling the Premier that if he wants the money to go into speed bumps, for example, that his government can simply mandate it. Reporting live at Queen's Park, I'm Colin DeMello.
So remember Doug Ford saying it's a brain dead thing, infrastructure, blah, blah, blah? It is completely within his power to do something about it. In fact, it is absolutely his power to say, okay, so this money that you're getting, this cash grab that you're getting, I want you to spend it on the infrastructure to get the speed bumps in there. Doug Ford absolutely could do that, but then that means that his buddies wouldn't be able to speed through school zones so easily. Like, that's the real rich thing about this, is Doug Ford saying it's just a cash grab from these municipalities and leaving out the part where it's like, no, he can actually dictate how they spend this money. It's not like it's just going into the pockets of the municipalities, of the council members and stuff like that. Not like with Doug Ford, when a lot of the money they get extra does end up going into the pockets of a lot of the people within his government. No. This money could actually be used on making those speed bumps he's bitching about. And yes, Grand Theft Autobot, welcome to the SandBox. Again, he paid millions to have these put in the first place. And now he wants them all out because too many people he knows, his cabinet ministers and family members, his daughters have been caught up in this, have been hit with these nuisance speeding tickets. Huh. Funny how that works. Because just to be clear, even no to school zone ones.
Mayors today on speed cameras, they were calling for the cameras to be tweaked so they only ticket those egregiously speeding and for the cameras to only operate during school hours. What's so unreasonable about that?
What's unreasonable is the total cash grab. And we know speed cameras do not work.
It's just a cash grab. Cash grab that he can actually control where that money is going to. So he's not even willing, like, this is a very reasonable compromise, because I was saying, you know, I'd be open to compromises and stuff. This is a very reasonable compromise. Keep them around school zones and to tweak it so it's only for people who are going, like, let's say 15 over or something of that sort. As opposed to somebody who's just going 8 over and they didn't even realize that the speeding has changed. Or the fact that most people have gone 8 over. Most people have. I would imagine everyone who's driven has, you know, and to then charge somebody who's living with poverty is the same that you would charge somebody who's one of his cabinet ministers who are fucking rich. It's a very disproportionate punishment, as in the weight of it is different. Oh man, there's like a phrase in my head about this, how it affects one disproportionately versus the other. It's not the phrase I want, but there's a phrase around it. Anyway. But also Doug Ford, all about, you know, gotta crack down on crime, we gotta do with the law, and also, yeah, I'm going to use the notwithstanding clause whenever I want. So here he is saying the notwithstanding clause preserves the right of elected governments to make decisions for the people they represent. The federal government should not focus on fixing this broken bail system. Oh, the federal government should focus on fixing its broken bail system, not this. And that's because there's been more and more of a push to maybe relook at the notwithstanding clause. And of course, Doug Ford is for it because he's used it to force teachers and stuff back to work. He's all about, I want to enforce things my way. And if I can't, I'm going to force the issue. And so Tyler Watt is just pointing out, you used the notwithstanding clause 3 times, Premier, once to silence unions, once to muzzle third-party voices, and once to crush education workers' right to strike. That's not leadership or making decisions for the people they represent. No, it's making decisions for him and his wealthy buddies. Okay, just 2 more tabs. So, Ford government blocks public live streams of school board committee meetings. So, he has started by taking over school boards, getting rid of duly elected officials from these school boards after defunding them to the point that they couldn't meet the criteria that he demanded of them because they simply did not have the cash. And then he's using that as an excuse to go in and take over. Well, now he wants to make it so people can't see these meetings anymore. by stopping these live streams.
Ontario's education minister has ordered school boards under provincial watch to block live streams of committee meetings. Parents tell us they were given zero notice or reason for the sudden change, and they fear this is the government's attempt to suppress their voices.
For the first time in half a decade, we are not being live streamed.
The technology is already in place. The room is set up with cameras, and this meeting could be live streamed with the quick switch of a button. But on Monday night,
there's absolutely zero reason to not allow these meetings to be live streamed. Zero reason whatsoever. And as it will be pointed out, this affects people with disabilities, with children with special needs who maybe can't just, up and go to one of these meetings. People with, odd work hours, all that sort of stuff. These meetings help people stay engaged with what's happening at their schools. But no. Doug Ford just wants to stop all school boards from being allowed to do this.
Was not even recorded.
This is silencing voices.
Only parents who are physically present will have access to all of the information presented at the TDSB's monthly Special Education Advisory Committee meeting.
This is a real barrier to openness, to transparency, to accountability of the people who are paid to educate our kids.
The committee advocates for the 40,000 TDSB students with special education needs and disabilities who face barriers in school. We're told they are the families who rely most on this technology.
Those parents are stretched to their limit in supporting their child.
This is a source of information for them to advocate for their children.
Premier, why is your government directing school board committees to no longer live stream their meetings? Are you blocking access to information for parents?
No, I haven't heard that yet, but I'll look into that.
Oh, he's heard about it. Mm-hmm.
While the Premier was unaware of the new directive, the Education Minister's office confirms live streams of all school board committees have stopped. In a statement, the Education Minister tells us in part...
And that's the thing too. If Doug Ford, and I seriously doubt this, didn't know anything about it, that's also a problem. That he doesn't know what his own government is doing when it comes to something as drastic as this.
I made this decision to maintain meetings that are productive, professional, and focused on improving student success and achievement rather than serving as a forum for political commentary. At the same time, I ordered all meetings to remain open to the public with hybrid participation options with public posting of agendas, minutes, and decisions. Parents have drawn their own conclusions.
Pretty much all school boards are underfunded for special education. It makes it that much harder for people to advocate. If you take away information, it makes it harder for them to pull those numbers together and show how bad the situation is.
The change also comes as the TDSB's new government supervisor faces backlash for increasing some class sizes for special needs students.
This decision is heartless and heinous.
A decision that was previously voted down by the now powerless trustees.
And the teachers are telling us that the classrooms are feeling unsafe.
Parents of students with high needs tell us it is a matter of life or death.
Children like mine rely on seconds, not minutes.
One of the issues we had heard about is that the live streams could potentially pose a privacy issue. Technically, anyone from around the world could join and listen to the meetings, but eliminating the live streams would, of course, eliminate that problem. For City News, I'm Tina Yazdani.
Oh no, somebody in Tokyo might find out what's happening in a Toronto school. No, horror. There has been some pushback about this, but not enough. But enough to get this guy to say, well, we might think about it. We might.
So I'm going to take a look at it again. I've heard from a little bit from some of the parents and talking to my supervisors. But honestly, the initial decision was to bring the temperature down.
I think you kind of put the temperature up with that one. I think you did the opposite of what you just said.
Focus on the work at hand when it came to, in particular on the special education side. Get focused on that, do the job, and deliver results for students. So I'm going to take a look at.
Yeah. That's all my dockets. All my dockets. Ugh. Get that out of my ear hole. It hurts. Go, and I can close all of these. There we go. So, check in with SandBox and unwind. Oh. Let's see. You already saw these. B-Cat. Sandy is definitely genuine. Why, thank you. Moon My Bye. There was a show about a puberty blockers and one of the girls transitioned to a boy, then an adult transitioning back to being a girl. Try not to read too much into these sorts of things. Oh, also 56 Nick Rich says Sandy is genuine. Admitted, folks. And B-Cat then admitted it. Quite often, the right will sensationalize somebody who's detransitioning. So, of course, with any sort of medical procedure and stuff like that, there might be some people who have regrets. The level of regrets with people who transition is pretty much the smallest out of any surgeries that people could get. It is minuscule compared to things like rhinoplasty or even a knee replacement. It is minuscule compared to those. And of the people who transition, a lot of them, or detransition, a lot of them detransition because they were never accepted, the societal pressures that they were under. Not because they no longer believed they were trans, but because it was too difficult to function in their daily lives because of the pressures from around them. But what the right will like to do is just pick a couple of cherry-picked cases of somebody who detransitioned and try to use that as an excuse as to why nobody should ever detransition. But there are far, far more people who need to transition that can't than the very, very few who choose to detransition. And if somebody chooses to detransition, then so be it, you know? Like, it's... If they realize after the fact that it's not for them, then it's not for them. Like, they're making it into such a bigger deal than it actually is. Because there's lots of surgeries and stuff that people can get done where you change yourself and you can't ever really go back. And that's, you know, it is an issue and stuff, but it doesn't mean that we should bar everyone from being able to do this when it has been proven that, you know, transgender teens who are accepted actually have lower suicide rates than their cisgendered peer, or suicidal ideation than their cisgendered peers. Their mental health improves drastically. Preventing people from transitioning costs lives. It does. And if they really cared about children's lives, then they wouldn't interfere with the parents and doctors. Uh, 56 Nick Rich, as crazy as it sounds, I voted for Rob Ford as mayor. Why? He promised to stop the $60 a month auto license in Toronto and did. Then he went on Jimmy Kimmel. One issue voter. The Wild West send a $25 super chat to Sandy Chew? See Sandy Chew? Oh, to see Sandy Chew. Okay, I get. I'm like, this is not. So you want to send $25. You want to have somebody send $25 so you can see me chew on camera. That is quite the kink. Do I need to set up an OnlyFans for that? Just watching me chew on camera? God damn it, if there was money in it, I probably would. Let's see. $56 Nick Ridge. Doug Ford could turn his future around if he got the right advice. Right-wingers can't figure things out yet, thankfully. Shemagli, assaulting someone or threatening assault them is worse than shoplifting. Yeah, I would think so. Flow Snake, he's making it up. There's no shoplifter in the world who comes over here when someone says, come over here. It's true. It's true. Like some shoplifter just stopped because Doug Ford pulled him over and be like, okay, I'll show you what's in my bag. The Wild West pointing out scammers tell stories like these, yeah. Like the only time I know of something like that actually realistically happening was my mom and her partner. Late at night, they noticed somebody going into their car, and her partner went out and to investigate what was happening, and they found the teen trying to break into his car, and they called him in because they kind of knew him. They're like, yeah, come in here. And it's like, oh, fuck, yeah, it's wrong of me. And they waited till the cops came and stuff. But that's like, again, no threat of violence or anything. The kid knew he was caught and in trouble and recognized and stuff. So that's the only time that I saw that. But if this guy had no idea who Doug Ford was, would you really stop? Even if you knew who Doug Ford was, would you really stop? Shemagli, the thing is, people can get seriously hurt with this hero shit, yeah. BCAT, whatever will Home Depot do to make record-breaking profits? Yeah. They throw away more stuff than is stolen, I would imagine, not to mention all the wage theft that happens and everything. $56 Snick Rich. Canadian citizens don't or won't accept assholes from being in charge. It changes often enough for our satisfaction. Just a change of assholes. Regular chain of assholes in this country. The Wild West, its ICE behavior. Radical minorities are always profiled and often followed around stores. It's very true. Shemagli also saying this is the kind of story that will end up getting homeless people assaulted or worse. JK sounds like he was trying to put a toolkit together for a new job. It would be a better story if he had a conversation and bought the guy the toolkit. Yeah, if they're that desperate. And Doug Ford absolutely has the money to do it. Because if he already had the snips and stuff, it does sound like he was trying to do something for job. Why not put him in a position where he can actually get all the equipment needed so he can do the job that he wants to do and be a productive member of society? Like, again, sometimes it's about morals and ethics and stuff that Doug Ford just doesn't have. BCat, the Wild. I just read a story from a black woman who was shopping at Sephora and a woman was following her around, eyes laser focused on her. She left because she was so uncomfortable. There were white women shopping and no one paid attention, of course. I've never gotten issues at Sephora. JK, I hate bullies. I hate this Ford character. Yeah, he's just a massive bully. Grand Theft Autobot. Again, Ford's arch nemesis, bikes. Yeah. So Ethan is agreeable. How is Doug Ford on wage theft? Yeah, he doesn't care about that at all. If the corporations are making money, he's fine with that. 56 Nickridge, my speeding on any highway isn't determined by the signs. It's only if folks get tickets regularly. Yeah, because it's actually illegal to drive the speed limit at times. And you know, what do you mean by that? How could it be wrong? How could you get ticketed for driving the speed limit? Well, especially on Canadian highways, it is normal to do 10 to 20 over on Canadian highway. So if you're driving, let's say, the speed limit and you're in the middle lane, you're a hazard. And there have been people who are ticketed as being hazards on highways for driving the speed limit. Bobby, we have speed bumps, topes everywhere, but we don't have stop signs. Love it. Carrie, I haven't had a speeding ticket since 2011. Knocks on wood. I got one as a teenager. And it was literally, I did not see the sign change. And there was a cop just on the other side of the sign. Because I don't go out of my way to speed. I keep up with traffic, you know, I'm not exactly an angel when it comes to that sort of thing, but yeah, and I have a mantra when I'm on the highway, especially if I'm already going like 10 or 20 over on the highway and somebody passes me like I'm standing still, I'll say in my mind, thank you for getting my speeding ticket, because I know if there's a speed trap in the near future, they're going to get caught and I won't. But also, if you're keeping up with traffic, it's very unlikely that you're going to get caught or singled out. Like, it could just be, yeah, they're trying to meet a quota, so they're randomly picking off people, but it's less likely if you're staying up with traffic. "56 Nickridge, my public transit is great and keeps growing in Toronto." Yes, if you live in Toronto and you don't travel outside of Toronto, you don't really need a car. And in fact, it's very difficult to have one there. Hopefully, have they changed the buses yet though? Because when I lived there, the buses still had steps you had to get up, and sometimes I would have like very heavy grocery carts that you couldn't do that with. And then people with like wheelchairs and walkers and stuff wouldn't be able to get into them, because the buses around here, they're more flat and can actually have ramps to help you get up into the bus. I do know the last time I was in Toronto, they did something that is really smart, and it's probably took them way too long to do it, but you know, on the subway, there's no longer detached cars, if that makes any sense. So it's all one long snake, the subway train. So you can be at the end and you can easily walk up to the front, because before it was if you were in like a car with the doors at the end, then if you were on a car with a problematic person, you wouldn't be able to just get away from them easily, depending on the doors and stuff. So now it's just one long snake that you could literally walk from one end of the train to the other, because they're connected differently and stuff. Grand Theft Autobot, I waited 3 days in emergency before a bed was finally ready for me. Ugh, disgraceful. I'm sorry to hear that. Still better than U.S. healthcare there, but I think that's where I caught a couple things while waiting. I'm sorry to hear that. Flow Snake, Doug Ford reminds me of the old guy you meet at the pub who insists he did something important in the special forces, but when you ask him basic questions about it, how it works, he changes the subject. Yeah. Mozart, welcome back to Tokyo's Toronto watch, I believe. Yes, it is close to 6 hours, isn't it? Damn it. And I started early. I started at 5. But I did have like 2 weeks of stuff to get caught up on. I did cut out a lot, so it's not like this docket was very much longer than my regular ones. It is before 11. I need to eat dinner. I haven't eaten dinner. The Wild West, some people get tattoos or body mods they regret. Doesn't mean it should be all illegal. Very true. I have tattoos and piercings. And Carrie, why is it such an issue? People need to mind their business. Trans people just want to be who they are. Mm-hmm. I'd have to mute. I don't know what you mean by that, Carrie. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Sandy. I'd have to mute? I don't know what that's in reference to. Just hearing Doug Ford talk? Maybe. Oh, talking about me chewing, maybe? Yeah, some people, the sound of people chewing, it's ugh. Although on the flip side, Frodo eating soothes me because he gets fed in the bedroom overnight, so I can close the door and make sure he gets his time at the food. And whenever I hear him at his water dish or eating his food, he's very loud, and it's very soothing to me because he's eating or drinking, and that's the main thing, is then I know he's actually getting nutrients in and stuff, and it just makes me feel better. But he is very loud at it. And then crunch, crunch, crunch with the kibble and stuff. But if I hear that every night, it helps me go to sleep. Have a good night, Flow Snake. Mm-hmm. 56 Necroplasm, the TTC prevents e-bikes and e-scooters from using the system between November and April because of fire concerns. Total bullshit. Yeah, it's the chewing, huh? The chewing is an issue. Rich pea cats aren't as gross when they eat. When they lick their fur, it gets gross, lol. Well, Frodo likes to like nudge his face on mine, especially in the morning and stuff, to wake me up, so I give him his morning treats. And I try to handle it because I know it's his way of showing affection, but I can only handle so much before he's like smearing his gums on my nose, and I'm like, ew, it's gross. Carrie, that's actually really sweet, Sandy. I'm glad he comforts you with mouth sounds. Yeah. And he does have to go back to the vet because that thing on the side of his neck is grown again. I really don't want to pay $70 just to watch the vet take it off of him again like that. But it could be a sign of an infection or something. It's just, I don't know what to do if it needs to be removed, because they say at his age, with his kidney issues, putting him under can be lethal. But if it's going to be something lethal on him, I'd personally like to have it removed. He's healthy otherwise. So would it be safe? It'd be a short surgery to get it removed. I don't know. But it, as I'm petting him, it's large. Like, it's quite large, but it's like a scab that keeps growing, if that makes any sense. Like, it's hard and it doesn't hurt him. So it's not a tumor. And if it's anything like what they pulled off of him the first time, it is basically just a scab that keeps on getting filled up with like yucky stuff and whatnot. But anyway, way too much TMI. For Grand Theft Autobot, I get it. When I feed my cat a puree treat, I find the munching noises he makes to be total. I think it's totally absurd. I know what you're trying to say. I just can't. Adorbs. That's it. Yeah. Carrie, oh no, I hope the vet goes okay. Nothing to the vet. Evaluation may be best. You know what is best for him. Yeah. Because I had to take him in a couple weeks ago for it, and now it's back, so I want to take him back, and it's just, I also need over $1,000 repair my car. I need my car. I don't live in an accessible city, and I have a job, occasional job, where I have to be able to drive. It would also drastically isolate me if I can't have my car. Like, it's I need a new laptop. That can wait longer. It is just, my credit card bill keeps on getting bigger, but my means aren't meeting it. And a lot of it is just, yeah, I work my ass off. And, but, you know, if people help my channel to grow, and then I don't need much to be able to get this all under control and handled. I don't live expensively. I live pretty cheaply. My Charlie Kirk video did lots, and I got lots of subscribers. Like, I think if I was just sitting at like 50K subscribers and, you know, enough people just regularly giving in super chats and stuff like that, I'd be fine. I don't need much. Soul Life, I need 20,000 for my car. Yeah, a new car. Used car prices are wild, yeah. You real abnormal? I have that on my shoulder, not bothered to remove it, lol. Yeah. I'm worried at his age that's going to turn into something else. $56 Nick Rich, yeah. If life was easy, we'd all be billionaires, yeah. But I'd like to get it to the point where it's like I don't have to come on here and be like, can you please just pass me enough money to cover my vet bill and stuff. I don't like asking. I don't like being in that position. I'd rather just have an income where I could cover it. You know, even if it means that I have to pay it off for a while, but that I would have enough income that I could cover it. That's the dream. Anyway, oh. But yeah, please help promote my Charlie Kirk video that went up. I was hoping it would do a lot better than it did. Like, my worst fear was it wouldn't get over 100 views. And that was my worst fear. My second worst fear was pretty much where it's at. Not even over 200 views. So please help. I put a lot of work and energy into that video. I think it's a pretty damn good video too. Worth getting out there. So you can do that by just, you know, encouraging other streamers maybe to plug it or watch it or something. I'm fine if they want to steal that content to put up to help bring attention to my channel. Carrie Woods, I went without a car for almost a year. It sucked. I've gone quite a few years without a car. But that really restricted what I could and couldn't do. And it got to the point where as if I wanted to have a job, I needed a car. Because if I couldn't have a car, then it would really restrict the area in which I could get a job. But now my social life, not that I have much of one, which means that the little tiny social life that I have, I need to cling on to. The extra job that I do in theater, it requires me to have a car. I need a car. And just get around to like the art store, grocery stores, things of that sort. Soul Life says it was a great video. Why, thank you. And be cat agreeing. I think so. I think it was a really good video. I wish I could watch people watch it live, you know, reaction videos or something. Because I want to know if some of those jokes landed the way I thought they would, or if people got emotional the way I was hoping and stuff. Like, were people absolutely dying when I was having Stephen Miller fart in the silence type thing? Because I threw that in there last minute. I'm like, it works. No, it makes total sense. That's why he's quiet, is because he's just letting them rip in the silence on CNN. Gary, yeah, I have zero social life with no car. I had access to cars, but not my own. Yeah. And even if I want to potentially date again, have a relationship, like unless they live right in town, close to me, you need a car. Because I'm most likely going to end up with somebody who doesn't live in the same city as me. And both people need to have cars in that instance. So it's not always on one person to always be traveling. Because I'm fine with some distance in relationships, but both people need to be able to travel in that situation. Because I've been in situations before where it's like I was the only one with a car and they were making no effort to travel to my city to come see me. And I was like, no, this is not going to work. We didn't even get to the point of dating, and that was partly because of that. Reference frame, Rich, on Sundays I tutor the local kid in math, physics, and chemistry. One of the older ones, he is 19 and in college. He asks about the economy. Broke my heart to explain it to him. Yeah. Reading, it was like a tweet or something recently about there was like a boomer celebrating their best life or something in a bikini on a lake trampoline type thing, and somebody mentioning how there's been such a switch where Gen Zs are acting more like retirees because of the internet, because they've learned all about the economy and how bad it is right off the bat, whereas the retirees are now acting like Gen Z because they suddenly just learned about all the things in life that they were missing that they want to go back on, something like that. And it's like, yeah, I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it. Ugh. But yeah, if I could get that video some more views, that would help. I don't know, my 5-year anniversary is coming up on this channel. I purposely posted my first video on the 1st of a month so that I would be able to remember it. And it happened to be November, the November after Michael passed away, because that's how long it took me to kind of get everything together. Because it was right around the time he passed away that the idea he put in my head about the YouTube channel came to life, and it took a few months. 56 Nick Ridge, I placed the CK video in my playlist. Watch later. Let's talk about today instead. Yeah. Oh. When you watch it, be sure to leave comments and let me know what you laughed at. Oh. But thank you for all the raids today. If you're still sticking around for one of the raids, I really, really appreciate it, because I know it's probably really late for you if you're watching from across the pond. I'm also a night person, so I watch people on the West Coast here too when they're late. Bum a book. Thank you for the super chat earlier from 56 Nick Rich, and also thank you for becoming a member. I super appreciate it. It helps out a lot. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to the people who have checked out my Amazon wish list and got something from that to make me smile, to make my cat smile, to help with my studios, YouTube, and art. It's all appreciated. People who have become patrons. That's what I need. A lot more regular patrons and stuff, so I have a little bit more of a reliable income. I'm working on it. Yeah, just thank you everyone for coming out. Super appreciate it. It's hard to deal with the news of the day, so it's good to have, you know, a group of people I can process this with, because that's basically what I'm doing, is I'm venting it all out so that it's not all bottled in. And so you'll see me on Wednesday. I'm not entirely sure what time. Right, because one of those theater gigs, we're getting into our busy season with the holidays, and there's a private show. And they want it early afternoon, so I might have to bump my my this space slot. And it's just really ironic because when I said, oh yeah, Wednesdays at 4 p.m. will work perfect, because normally the theater gigs wouldn't start till a lot later, and the social events I go to would start a lot later, so there's plenty of time. But it's like in the past couple months, there's been a few Wednesdays where it's like, I can't for whatever reason, but it's been like a random doctor's appointment or now a private show that's in the early afternoon, so I don't know. So I'll have to talk to them about it. I might still be able to pull off 4 p.m. on Wednesday, but I also think there's a debate coverage going on that night too, so even if I don't do the 4 p.m., I might pop into that later on, depending on how I feel. I might just need some time off. Other than that, next Sunday, my regular news stream. I'm working on a drawing of a doggy. I donated my portrait to a fundraiser I was partaking in for the silent auction. And so the person sent me a picture of their doggy, so I get to do that to unwind and relax, which will be nice. I'll need that. And so once that doggy drawing is done, back to the TYT video, because, damn it, I need to get that done, just so it's off my plate. Ethan is agreeable. Thank you, Sandy. Great stream. Why, thank you. Oh, the Pup Tetris. There's Pup Tetris popped in. Thank you. My new graphics. What do you think? Looks pretty good, doesn't it? And also, I'm trying something new. This takes a bit of effort, but, you know, it's like when I used to just work in Paint, like Microsoft Paint, to make, like, Photoshop quality stuff. I feel like I'm doing that with this. So basically, what I'm doing is, if somebody sends in a super chat, I will grab the screen and paste it on this screen here, and I have a box to paste it in so that I know roughly the size. So if I got a super big super chat, then I will be able to show it easily. I might have to change the direction of the box because it's only tall like that for larger messages that would be longer, but I don't think I need it like that. So if I do this, watching this live, oh, I gotta go onto the screen for that. See, I can make it shorter like this, but then longer here, and move this. Then I can make this bigger. Totally cheating the system here, so that you can actually see the messages as they pop up. Pretty cool, huh? Going to change the rectangle in. I have a little light rectangle to put them in so that I know roughly the space in the screen to put them in. There we go. Huh? Pretty cool I can do that, huh? It takes a lot of effort, and I totally get sidetracked doing that. Trying to be like, right, I need to stop what I'm doing so I can focus on grabbing the screen. And, yeah, it is what it is. But I don't have StreamYard, so it is what it is. But yeah, I changed my things here so they're hopefully easier to read, and they're separated a bit more because I'm really working on separating my Left of the Box from me as the artist and writer. Because those are all my Left of the Box stuff, and this is me as writer and artist. And after the TYT video, for sure, that is when the split is for sure happening. So I have to get good at liking stuff under my Left of the Box account on Twitter. It's just my Left of the Box, Blue Sky, and Twitter are much smaller than my Sandy Lova's accounts. So yeah, it is what it is. Anyway. Yeah, just thank you everyone for coming out. Really appreciate it. Just checking. If there's anything else I need to get to. Okay, I think then that is it. B Cat saying they definitely pop out a bit more, yeah. I think so. I like the new wallpaper I came up with for the background, which you'll see in the end tag. Anyway, I need to eat food. So, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today. Here we go.